Before we begin, I want to let you know that this is one of those videos you can simply listen to. You can play this while driving, running, walking, or even laying in bed. There's no added visuals or commentary, just the document itself. What you're about to hear is the 2006 Palm Beach Police Department incident report from the very beginning of the Jeffrey Epstein investigation, when victims first came forward and law enforcement documented their statements. On screen, you'll see the actual pages of the report as they appear in the official record. You'll also see text to speech subtitles. Those subtitles were created by converting the original files, which were not readable documents. I want to briefly explain why that matters. The Department of Justice did not release these records in an accessible format. Each file had to be downloaded individually, one by one, out of an enormous data set containing millions of files. There was no bulk download option. On top of that, many of these documents were released as scanned images, not text based PDFs. That meant they couldn't be searched, copied, or read aloud without extensive processing. Every page you're about to hear had to be converted from an image into a readable text so it could be accurately read aloud, line by line, without altering the substance of the document. I made these videos so it's easy for anyone who's interested in this case to read the documents without going through the pain that I went through. I also wanted it in audio form so it's more like an audiobook where you can listen to it. And what you're hearing is not a summary, it is not interpretation. It is the original language of the incident report, preserved as closely as possible to how it was written. This is the foundation of the Epstein case, the earliest official record of what victims told police and how law enforcement documented these allegations in 2006. With that said, let's begin.
On March 14th, 2005, I received a call from a woman who did not wish to identify herself. She stated that her 14-year-old stepdaughter possibly may have been in by an unknown man. According to, she learned of the possible by a third party. She explained that she had received a call from the mother of her stepdaughter's friend. The mother claimed to have overheard a conversation between her daughter and a male friend they were talking about. The conversation was about how had met with a 45-year-old man and had sex with him and was paid for it. I advised that would need to meet with her to obtain a more detailed statement and facts. Stated she did not know what to do and had to discuss the matter with her husband. At this point, did not provide me with a callback number or any other information. She stated that she would contact me once she had spoken with her husband and mother. On March 14th, 2005, I received a call from. They stated it was all right to speak to the daughter via cell phone. Advised her mother had been made aware of the case. They agreed to meet me at the police department later this date. On March 14th, 2005, Mr. accompanied by his wife, came to the police department, where they advised me that they believed their 14-year-old daughter may have had some type of sexual relationship with an older male who resided in. Neither knew the suspect's name or address. Both stated that their daughter did not talk to them about the incident, nor would she admit to it. Identified his daughter as, according to Mrs., she believes the incident occurred on Sunday, February 6th, 2005. Left their house, and they believe initiated the relationship with the older gentleman, though they do not have any proof. Lives close by with her mother. Mrs. further explained that was introduced to by a boy she was dating who goes to. Mrs. continued that on, drove to where they met the man. Supposedly, the man has a lot of money and often has young girls come over to his house. Offers these girls a way to make fast cash. The man starts with a massage. If he likes them, he keeps them around and does more. The did not have any information on, other than she lives on. The S talked of a conversation that she had with the mother of a former friend of. She found it strange that they were no longer friends until she received the call from her mother telling her of the conversation she overheard between and a boy named. Mrs. told me of an incident that occurred on February 9th, 2005. Got into a fight at school, and Mrs. found over $300 in. Offered different explanations for the large sum of money. Initially, the school administration thought it was drug-related, but then dismissed the claim. Since that time, did not return to school. She ran away Thursday, February 10th, and returned to her mother's house later that night after midnight. It was not until after received the call from S. mother that she learned was the girl that got into the fight with. The fight was instigated when was accused of being a prostitute, who has legal joint custody of his daughter, signed the affidavit of prosecution indicating he wished to prosecute against the inappropriate sexual behavior with his 14-year-old daughter. Mr. stated that he had no objections with our agency speaking with his daughter about the incident. Mr. stated that S. mother was aware of the allegations and was willing to cooperate. According to Mrs., she does not believe her daughter had any additional contact with the suspect, as she was with her mother and then placed into. I contacted the school board police who provided me the information for, also known as West Florida, checking the school board records for there was no disciplinary record found, and no disciplinary action was taken for a fight, such as an expulsion or detention. The incident may not have been recorded. This was at the discretion of the individual school security and principal. On March 15th, 2005, I called the county sheriff's office and left a message for SGT Child Abuse Unit. On March 15th, 2005, went to where met with white female. Also present was S therapist. During an audio-taped interview, spoke with about the allegations. Initially denied anything had happened, only admitting to going with to pick up money that was owed. Admitted to knowing that worked and possibly did sexual favors for him. She also admitted that had offered her an opportunity to make money. Identified S. boss as a white male named Jeff, who lived in. Explained that she was first approached by to go with her to Jeff's house. When they were at S. house, she was not sure exactly what was going on with, but agreed to go with her. Stated her father was angry when he heard had left. Believed it was to pick up money the man owed. Told her that she would pick her up at S. house on Sunday. Was not sure of the exact dates, but knew it was a Sunday. According to, along with an unknown female, picked her up at her father's house on, and told her father that they were going shopping. It was later confirmed by that picked his daughter up. According to, they drove along with the unknown female to. Sometime on the way, a conversation occurred between, and told that if Jeff asked her age, she should say she was 18. Recalled that Jeff's house was on a dead-end street. All three girls walked up a driveway past what appeared to be a small guard or security room. In fact, recalled a male approaching them asking what they wanted. Stated they were there to see Jeff. The male allowed them to continue walking up to the house. Stated the man told them that Epstein was not there, but was expected back. He allowed them to enter the house via the kitchen. He offered them something to drink while they waited inside. Shortly after, Epstein and a woman described as white with hair entered the kitchen. Believed the woman was Epstein's assistant. Added that the woman did not seem friendly and kept her responses short and direct. Epstein introduced himself to as Jeff. Got the impression that Epstein and S. friend knew each other. Described Epstein as being approximately 45 years old, with a long face and bushy eyebrows, with graying hair. Left the kitchen, leaving, and friend alone in the kitchen. They returned a short time. They all spoke briefly in the kitchen. Speaking to me, became upset and started to cry. Stated the woman instructed her to follow her upstairs, which, according to the woman, led her to a room that had a massage table in it. The woman started to fix up the room, putting the covers on the table and taking lotions out. She then told that Epstein would be up in a second. The woman left the room, and soon after Epstein walked in and told to take off her clothes. As was telling me what had happened, she looked away from me and, with a pointed finger, repeatedly pressed it into her thigh, stated he was stern when he told her to take off her clothes, said she did not know what to do as she was the only one there, removed her shirt, leaving her bra on. Epstein, dressed in a towel, told to take off everything, stated she removed her pants, leaving her thong panties on. Epstein then instructed her to give him a massage, pointing to a specific lotion for her to use. Epstein laid on the table, face down. As began to give Epstein the massage, stated she straddled herself on Epstein's back. Stated as she was giving Epstein the massage, he turned up. Later explained that stated she was disgusted by Epstein's actions and did not say anything. According to, Epstein told her that she had a really hot body. Epstein excused himself and went to the bathroom, where she believed he masturbated. Epstein returned to the room and told that he was done and gave her $300. They went back downstairs where they met. Epstein said goodbye and asked how it did go, and asked what did she. When stated that Epstein asked for a massage, stated they then went shopping. Stated also got paid, but that she did not know why, since she was confident. Described Epstein's house as a 2-story pink house with a Escalade was parked in the driveway. There were gates leading into the property. From the kitchen, recalled walking up a flight of stairs lined with photographs to a room. Upon entering the room, there was a large bathroom to the right. Recalled a hot pink and green sofa in the room. There was a door on each side of the sofa. Recalled there being a mural of a naked woman in the room, as well as several photographs of naked women on a shelf. Stated Epstein did not change in front of her, but did take off his towel, exposing himself. Recalled Epstein being hairy, especially on his chest. Epstein also had a hairline that continued his buttocks. Admitted to seeing his penis. I asked if she knew what being circumcised meant, and she stated no. Then said that she thought Epstein was on steroids because he was a really built guy, and his wee was very tiny, would explain that when she stated wee she meant penis. Stated Epstein exposed himself when he took his towel off, placing it on the floor as he laid down on the table. Said Epstein was specific in his instruction to her on how to massage, telling her to go clockwise, etc. Recalled that Epstein got up from the table and went to the bathroom, where she heard him making what she believed to be sexual type of noises. He then returned to the room, where he again laid down on the table. Epstein then turned over and instructed to. As she did this, Epstein continued to make moaning noises. Resumed massaging his chest area. Stated and recalled Epstein having a noticeable freckle on his chest. Epstein then left the room and got dressed. She went back downstairs where she met an unknown white female, admitted to getting paid $300 in cash from Epstein. Before they left, Epstein asked for her phone number. As they were leaving the house, asked what had happened and how much she was paid. Stated seemed upset or jealous when she told her that she received $300. Stated received only $200 that day. Stated that she believed was paid $200 for bringing her. Told that if they do this every Saturday, they could. Agreed. They then went shopping, though she is not sure where, possibly at Max or Marshall's. Stated she never saw again as she got into a fight at school. She had not spoken with either as her mother took away her cell phone. I asked if she was aware of any video equipment while she was in the room. She stated no. Stated she was afraid that would retaliate against her or family if she ever went to the police regarding the incident. Stated that her fathers. Admitted to telling what had happened with Epstein, according to became angry and upset, punching a hole in the wall, guessed that it was about the incident, and now there were rumors in school about and what she did with Epstein. I then talked to about truth and lying. We talked about the color sweater she was wearing, denied having sexual intercourse with Epstein touching his penis, again admitted, and advised her of the families as well as willingness to cooperate with this investigation. Copies of this interview were placed into evidence. I made contact with mother of. I advised her briefly of the investigation. She was aware of the incident and stated that she overheard a portion of a conversation that her daughter was having with a boy. Stated that it was her opinion that both girls recalled hearing her daughter calling. Admitted that she did not listen to the entire conversation or confront her daughter about it. Told her mother something to the effect that she had slept with an older man for money. Stated that she would not object to me speaking with her daughter. Stated it was her belief that everyone in the school may have known about this because of the fight that her daughter and had gotten into. I reminded that this was an ongoing investigation and requested she not discuss the fact that had contacted her. She agreed. On March 16, 2005, PSGT left a message that he was returning my call. I spoke with and discussed the case with him and inquired if he had any open allegations or cases where the suspect resided in Palm Beach. He stated he was unaware of any, offered any assistance if needed, stated it was his experience that due to the age of the parties involved, it would be difficult to interview them and expect the investigation to remain confidential. Because of the time delay, there was no need for the victim to be taken to a medical facility for a physical for the purpose of obtaining evidence. On March 17, 2005, I queried Jeffrey Epstein on the internet and obtained a photo of Epstein to be used in a photo lineup. I met with, at which time she viewed the photo lineup. She immediately recognized Epstein and pointed to him. Signed the photo lineup under Epstein's picture. This signed lineup was placed into evidence. On March 18, 2005, I met with for the purpose of placing a controlled call to, spoke with, and asked if she could arrange another meeting with Jeff. Stated that she would have to call him and make the arrangements. A copy of this conversation was placed into evidence. On March 19, 2005, I spoke and was advised that left the state to visit with her aunt and uncle. Is scheduled to return to Florida on March 27, 2005. On March 21, 2005, I coordinated with B Unit and to initiate surveillance on 358 Rillo. March 21, 2005, coordinated with and regarding trash polls from 358 Rillo. On this same date, called to schedule an appointment to speak with. She stated the school guidance counselor was reluctant to have police presence at the school. I assured her that would respond to the school in civilian clothes and an unmarked vehicle. Called me back and advised that did not need to make an appointment to see. I received a return phone call from stating that would be attending the with. I received messages from. I conducted a computer query on Epstein. The results of this query indicated the most recent driver's license on file for Epstein was for the state of Florida, which had expired. A cross-reference of Epstein's residence, 358 Rillo, Palm Beach, revealed the following affiliated names: WFDOB, WMDOB, and Ghislaine and Maxwell, UKF-DOB. A computer query for both returned no history. March 23, 2005, I spoke with its cell phone, work. I requested that she not discuss the incident with anyone, including her daughter, as did not want the investigation compromised. I was told at that time that, and have not been getting along due to the fact that had decided to continue living with her father. March 29, 2005. I placed telephone calls to both residences requesting to speak with them regarding the investigation. I received return phone calls from and advised them that would be contacting to coordinate a time to meet with. This was at the request of both, and that schedule be disrupted as little as possible. I also updated them as to the investigation thus far. Both stated they had no objection to my meeting with. In speaking with, she identified the cell phone number as being the phone assigned to, had no objections, and provided consent to giving it to the police department for the use of placing controlled phone calls from. Stated the phone had been taken away from as part of her punishment for not doing well in school. According to, used to be an excellent student, but in the past 2 months was irritable, verbally abusive to the family, and has run away. Stated her daughter's recent behavior is the opposite of what she normally is. Stated they are going through with the school, but none of this had come up. Arrangements were made for to retrieve the cell phone from at her place of employment. I called and requested to speak with. I spoke with. She advised me that she was in the middle of and would call me back once stated the sessions should be concluded by 7 o'clock. At approximately 8 o'clock, I had called, at which time left a message on her voicemail requesting a return phone call. I spoke with and advised her that did not meet with her daughter and that would again attempt to coordinate a school schedule. Had no objections. Shortly after speaking with, I received a call from. I explained the situation and requested a time to meet with. Reviewed schedule and advised that would be available after 3 o'clock. March 30th, 2005, I met with that. I reminded of our conversation with. During this time, initiated a conversation with me in which she admitted that she was not telling me everything that had happened during the time she was alone with Epstein. According to, while she and Epstein were alone on the second floor, Epstein used stated there, asked if Epstein ever asked her age, and he had. Stated she told him she was 18. When Epstein asked what school she was in, stated she was in the 12th grade at. Told her that had worked for him for years. We then continued with the controlled call to, at approximately 3:35 p.m. from her cell phone, made a call to, was not home, was told was at work, working a double, and could be reached on her, was employed at, located in Wellington, called. During the conversation, asked what happened. Said she heard rumors was going to press charges. Asked if they, meaning parents, knew about Jeffrey. Claimed to have heard that her father had found out. Told that her parents did not know about Epstein. Told that Epstein needed someone to work tomorrow and asked if she was available. Stated she would call Epstein and then call back. During the course of these conversations with, she would at times appear to be articulate and well-spoken and then start to act in an immature manner, looking around, not paying attention, drawing on a paper. Would offer me a high five whenever she claimed to have told truth in the details of the afternoon at Epstein's house. Would sit in the chair with her knees propped up to her chest. Admitted that she did not tell me all the details of her encounter with Epstein during our first meeting. As a means of positive reinforcement, would high five on subpoena request for, and numbers were April 1st, 2005. I met with members of B Unit for the purpose of conducting surveillance on 358 Rillo. Cross-reference supplement. April 1st, 2005. I met with of the Palm Beach Police Department, who provided me a copy of the concealed weapons permit for Mr. Epstein. It revealed Epstein had a valid permit. There was no current photo attached to the renewal notice. On this same date, queried various different websites for a possible identification of the purple item retrieved from the trash pulled from 358 Rillo. The item was similar in description as the one described by and used by Epstein. I made contact with and spoke with the owner. I emailed a photograph of the item for his opinion. He identified the items as a jelly anal and of some sort. The item is easily available at sex shops in South Florida. April 6, 2005. I conducted business queries into Epstein utilizing the internet. I located articles relating to financial reports. There was no local history. April 1st, 2005 through April 3rd, 2005, with the assistance of, there was continued surveillance on the property. April 4th, 2005, I obtained a copy of voicemail messages dated March 31st and April 1st from 2 states that she should up to take her to Epstein's house for an 11 o'clock appointment. A copy of this was placed into evidence. April 5th, 2005. A trash pull was conducted at 358 Rillo by and me. There were several messages written on various forms of papers. There was a message from 11 o'clock. The following was additional information retrieved from 358 Rillo. Jean, 6:20. Friday, 5:30. A message receipt dated. He is looking to speak to you. April 6th, 2005. I faxed subpoena requests to office for Epstein and phone records. Numbers. April 6th, 2005. I called and spoke with principal, who confirmed that they had a student by the name of. He requested a written request prior to releasing any additional information. On this same date, faxed a request for student and parent information on. I advised that due to this being an open investigation, he was not to discuss the matter with anyone. On April 8th, 2005, I received a message from the following information: WM, Wellington, Florida, 33414. Parent's name. Debt provided me with trash obtained from 358 for April 6th, 2005 and April 7th, 2005. The following information was retrieved: Jet Aviation 800-538-0724 itinerary, indicating a departure date of April 5th, 2005 at 4 o'clock with an arrival in New York of 6:15. Flight crew, Captain Flight Engineer Morrison. Call sign 908E, a note stating Ye-J, thank you, handwritten notes and messages. 11-12:30 chicken, 3 September X8, work under, for Monday after school. Left message, works 4 to 9 Andy, and use day, leave school, be here tomorrow at 10:30 m. Mrs. There was no trash for April 8th, 2005. I received the results of a subpoena request from. The results only provided subscriber information. I contacted Investigative Subpoena Compliance Center, who stated the request was not complete, and the results would be sent to me as soon as the query was finished. Cross-referencing the names and, as well as phone numbers which were obtained from message notes via trash pulls, I identified the before-mentioned individuals as being acquainted with someone at 358 and are both above legal age of consent. On May 3rd, 2005, I spoke with and updated her on the investigation. She stated that is doing well in the school. Her contact with the outside is limited as they do not have access to is not allowed to go anywhere. On May 11th, 2005, I made arrangements to meet with and on Thursday, May 12th, 2005, I spoke with regarding the case. They will be moving too. She will be very busy over the next few weeks, but would be available via phone. We'll coordinate a date to meet to discuss the matter further. During this week, conducted surveillance at Epstein's residence and at the airport, but there was nothing to indicate that Epstein was in town. Due to conflicting appointments, rescheduled until June 2nd, 2005, to meet with. I also spoke with and updated her to the investigation. On June 2nd, 2005, I met with advised that she could be reached on her cell phone until she is able to provide me with her new contact information. I also received a message from. I attempted call back, but the line was busy. On June 14th, 2005, I received information that Epstein's plane was at Jet Aviation. I spoke with regarding surveillance. I called and asked for. I was advised she was not working today. This would indicate that was still employed there. On July 7th, 2005, faxed subpoena requests to the office for Epstein and S phone records, phone numbers, and the original subpoena requests only provided S billing information. On July 20th, 2005, I conducted a trash pull arranged by. Inside there were miscellaneous papers with phone numbers and names. There were female hygiene products in the trash. Based on a prior auto track report done on possible subject residing at the residence is the description provided by officers who conducted surveillance in the area of a female seen entering and leaving the residence. On July 21st, 2005, I received the dated July 18th, 2005, which was clerked by. On July 26, 2005, I received the results of subpoena. On August 4th, 2005, I received from the results of the query. I spoke with, who confirmed that was still living out of state. It appeared that all was going. I left a message for. On August 8th, 2005, I received the results of subpoena. During the week of September 8th, 2005, I checked 358 and the Palm Beach International Airport, but there was no direct indication that Epstein was in town. On September 8th, 2005, I reviewed the case notes of this file, as the case will be turned over to. On September 11th, 2005, while on patrol, I conducted a check at Epstein's residence and found that it still had the hurricane shutters on. On a drive-by of the Palm Beach International Airport later that afternoon, I did not observe Epstein's plane. On September 14th, 2005, I conducted a check at the Palm Beach International Airport, but did not see Epstein's plane. On September 19th, 2005, I spoke with to keep her updated and to find out if there was any change of address or phone numbers for. I was told no. I left a message for in order to provide her with detective information. Number 2, reported by. Entered by. On September 19th, 2005, I met with officer and received the information pertaining to this case. Members of the burglary strike task had previously been conducting surveillance on both Epstein and officer was assigned to monitor the Epstein home and officer were assigned to monitor. Both teams provided a surveillance log that will be placed into the attachment file. Det was assigned to relieve officer at 4 p.m. He informed that at approximately 8 p.m., Epstein had left for the airport and his private jet was sitting on the tarmac. Epstein's private vehicle drove to the jet and unloaded packages into the jet. It appeared that Epstein left the county at this time. Surveillance will continue to determine when Epstein will return. Investigation continues. Number 3, reported by. Entered by. On Friday, September 23rd, 2005, at approximately 1:45 p.m., I began to copy a tape microcassette under case number 05-368 and property number 05-243, tape number 1. I placed the tape in the telex copyette Series 2 machine and began to go through the copying process. Approximately 1-2 through the tape wrapped around the spindle and became locked and stretched the tape. I examined it and determined that it was in the best interest to leave it as it is, as a prior copy had been made and turned over to Sergeant. I immediately took the tape to Sergeant and allowed to examine it and then obtained the copy from him and detective and brought the copy of the tape down and made a copy for based on that. The tape was placed back in the original container and is retained in the evidence bag under the previously mentioned property number of 05-243. It is not advisable to attempt to copy this tape as further damage could result to the recorded material, and there is an existing copy anyway. On March 24, 2005, at 11:00 p.m., a copy of tape 2 had been made for by evidence specialist. The copy was turned over to detective. On Friday, September 23, 2005, at approximately 2:15 p.m., I was in the process of reproducing audio tapes to standard size when it was discovered in the test review process that tape number 2 was blank. I notified Sergeant, and I was informed that they had a prior copy and could use it to make a master tape. I did so, and when reviewing and signing the evidence sheet, I noticed the evidence specialist had written, "Number 2 is blank." I obtained that copy from and made a new copy on a standard size tape. The new copy was placed in the evidence bag under property number 05294 with the blank tape. Copies of the tapes that were submitted into evidence were requested September 21, 2005. Sergeant requested that trash be collected at 358 Rillo in Palm Beach. Sergeant met with and observed him enter the property at 358 Rillo. Shortly thereafter, he exited the property and placed the 3 white trash bags in the empty well in the rear of the truck. He then drove away where he met with Sergeant, who removed the bags from the well and placed them into one large black trash bag. The bag was returned to the police station where was waiting for him. Upon his arrival, we inspected the bags where several notes and papers were found. These notes contained names of girls with times. Additionally, there was a note from and to Jeffrey Epstein on a notepad, which stated, "For a good time call at M." Also, there was another telephone number on the note. Also found was a written note which stated, "Cannot come at 7 p.m. tomorrow because of M." These items were written on notepads that contained Jeffrey Epstein on the bottom of the notes. These items were placed into evidence for future follow-up. I requested subpoenas for subscriber information on the telephone numbers listed above on the note from the cellular telephones, and both assigned to Ingular Ellular Irvis. Partner notes were found within the trash on Jeffrey Epstein paper that contained telephone numbers. One note had M with written on it. This cellular number is assigned to. Another sheet had written, which is assigned to Bellouth Elite Communications. The subpoenas were picked up and submitted to Ingular and Bellouth Elite Communications for subscriber information. On September 22, 2005, that there would be no trash pickup request. Copies of the micro and standard size cassettes were requested from crime scene to familiarize myself with the interviews conducted. On September 23, 2005, the tapes were received and began to become familiar with the interviews that were conducted. Detective had met with Town of Palm Beach and observed him enter the property of 358 Rillo. Shortly thereafter, he exited the property and placed the 3 white trash bags in the empty well in the rear of the truck. He then drove away where he met with detective who removed the bags from the well and placed them into one large black trash bag. The bag was returned to the police station where was waiting for him. Upon his arrival, we inspected the bags where several notes and papers were found. The notes will be inspected for future use. The items collected were placed into evidence. It became evident that some of the recordings were recorded with background noise and some interference. The calls most affected were the controlled phone calls from the victim to the suspect. Obtained the graphic equalizer and discovered that the calls are able to be legible with the use of the equalizer by lowering the background noise and increasing voice gain. I also learned that a tape was broken during the copying of the tape. I returned the copy of the tape marked property number 05243 to have it recopied to have an original in evidence and a working copy with the file. Upon researching the file, it was discovered that the suspect cellular calls were subpoenaed incorrectly. The suspect one number was, and the original request was 4. I requested the information through Ingular Ellular Irvis from February 2005 through the present. The purpose was to have a record of incoming calls to victim, Jeffrey Epstein, and the frequency of calls. The request was submitted to the state attorney's office. Investigation continues. On October 6, 2005, on or about September 23, 2005, at approximately 0915 hours, responded to 358 Rillo and met with, had been previously notified to assist in trash pulls at the residence of Jeffrey Epstein, 358 Rillo, Palm Beach, Florida. I observed enter the driveway of 358 Rillo and remove several plastic bags of trash and place the contents into the back of an empty sanitation truck. I then followed to a predetermined location and seized the trash from the truck. The trash was transported to the Palm Beach Police Department, where began sifting through its contents. There was a total of 4 white in color plastic bags, and each contained documentation and correspondence for 358 Rillo and Jeffrey Epstein. All documents of evidentiary value were removed and turned over to detective for follow-up. On or about September 26, 2005, at approximately 0900 hours, I responded to 358 Rillo and met with, had been previously notified to assist in trash pulls at the residence of Jeffrey Epstein, 358 Rillo, Palm Beach, Florida. I observed enter the driveway of 358 Rillo, where no trash was located within the receptacles. I left the area without incident and notified detective to that effect. On or about September 27, 2005, at approximately 0915 hours, I responded to 358 Rillo and met with, I observed enter the driveway of 358 Rillo and remove 1 plastic bag of trash and place it in the back of an empty truck. I then followed to a predetermined location and seized the trash from the truck. The trash was transported to the Palm Beach Police Department, where began sifting through its contents. There was a total of 1 white in color plastic bag, which contained correspondence for 358 Rillo. All documents of evidentiary value were removed and turned over to detective for follow-up. On or about Monday, October 3, 2005, at approximately, I responded to 358 Rillo and met with, I observed enter the driveway of and remove several plastic bags of trash and place the contents into the back of an empty sanitation truck. I then followed to a predetermined location and seized the trash from the truck. The trash was transported to the Palm Beach Police Department, where began sifting through its contents. There was a total of 7 white in color plastic bags with a red tie and 1 black in color bag, which contained 2 white in color plastic bags with a red tie. Each of the bags contained documentation and correspondence for 358 Rillo and Jeffrey Epstein. Inside of one of the white in color bags, I located a broken piece of a hard plastic or clear acrylic stick, which was shaped with small ridges. This device is commonly used as a sexual toy which is inserted into the vagina or anus for stimulation. This item, along with all documents of evidentiary value, were removed and turned over to DET for follow-up. On or about Tuesday, October 4, 2005, at approximately, I responded to 358 Rillo and met with, I observed enter the driveway of and remove several plastic bags of trash and place the contents into the side well of the sanitation truck. This side of the truck is separate from the rear of the truck and does not come into contact with other trash. I then followed to a predetermined location and seized the trash from the truck. The trash was transported to the Palm Beach Police Department, where began sifting through its contents. There was a total of 2 white in color plastic bags, which were tied at the top. Each of the bags contained documentation and correspondence for 358 Rillo and Jeffrey Epstein. All documents of evidentiary value were removed and turned over to DET for follow-up. On or about Wednesday, October 5, 2005, at approximately 0928 hours, I responded to 358 Rillo and met with. I observed enter the driveway of and remove several plastic bags of trash and place the contents into the bed of the sanitation truck. I then followed to a predetermined location and seized the trash from the truck. The trash was transported to the Palm Beach Police Department, where began sifting through its contents with the assistance of DET. There were a total of 2 bags, one of which was white in color and tied in a knot at the top, and the other was a black in color bag, which contained 2 white in color trash bags along with loose debris. Each of the bags contained documentation and correspondence for 358 Rillo and Jeffrey Epstein. All documents of evidentiary value were removed and turned over to DET for follow-up. Met with DET and requested further assistance to maintain trash collections at Epstein's residence at 358 Rillo Road. On October 3, 2005, at approximately 10:30 a.m., I was contacted by SGT to respond to the Palm Beach police station. DET had observed Jeff Epstein riding his bicycle on South County Road. Upon my arrival, I met with SGT, who advised that Epstein was in town. We interview as to her involvement with Epstein and the girls that are to his house. As we were to interview in the county outside of our jurisdiction, I contacted the state attorney's office investigation division and made contact with assistant supervisor, investigator. I requested assistance to interview as the interview may occur in the county. Supervisor assigned, investigator, to assist us at the location. DET had responded to the address and viewed her vehicle parked in the driveway. Florida Tag was parked in the driveway in Loxahatchee and responded to and awaited the arrival of investigator. Upon his arrival, he was briefed that should she wish to be interviewed within her home, he would be needed. However, should decide to return to the police station for further questioning, he would not be needed. Knocked on the door and met with. She was told that we were investigating a claim involving Jeffrey Epstein of Rillo in Palm Beach. Asked if she wanted to accompany us back to the police station for further questioning. She was also told that at the conclusion of the interview, she would be returned home. She agreed and wished to change her clothes prior to accompanying us back to the police station. At the conclusion of her changing clothes, she advised she was ready to go. I thanked INV and advised she was going to voluntarily return to the police station. In my detective vehicle, I placed a tape any conversations within the vehicle. During the ride back to the police station, advised she is attending at the and is majoring in. Upon our arrival at the police station, was brought to the interview room in the detective bureau. I explained to that appreciated her willingness to assist us and informed her that should she desire to leave at any time she may do so. I further explained the interview room door is only closed for privacy. Stated she understood. During the taped sworn interview, asked how she came in contact with Epstein. Stated when she turned year of age, she was approached by a friend in the Riviera Beach. Was asked if she wanted to make money. She was told she would have to provide a massage and should make $200. Thought about the offer and agreed to meet with Jeffrey, unknown last name, and unknown last name picked her up and she was taken to Epstein's house. Upon her arrival at the house, she was introduced to Epstein in the kitchen of the house. She was also introduced to a white female known to her as. She was led upstairs to the main bedroom, known to her as Jeff Epstein's bedroom, arranged the massage table, and covered the table with a sheet. She brought out the massage oils and laid them next to the massage bed, then left the room and informed her Jeff would be in a minute. Jeff entered the bedroom wearing only a towel. He lay on the table onto his stomach and massage oil to rub on him. During the massage, stated, "He tried me and stopped him. I asked how he tried to touch her. And she felt uncomfortable." Also stated Epstein has a vibrator, which is large and white in color. Told Epstein, "I'll massage you, but I don't want to be touched," stated she. At the conclusion of the massage, Epstein paid $200 for the massage. He explained, "I know you're not comfortable, but I'll pay you if you bring some girls." He told her, "The younger the better." Stated she once tried to bring a 23-year-old female, and Epstein stated that the female was too old. Was asked how many girls she brought in total to Epstein. Stated 6 that she can remember. Stated she brought the victim in this case. I asked which one was the youngest. I advised the victim was the youngest. Stated every girl she brought knew what to expect when they arrived. They were told they would provide a massage, possibly naked, and some touching. I asked her if the victim was aware. She stated every girl she brought knew what to expect. She explained she knew the victim wanted to make money. She approached the victim and explained about going to work for. The victim agreed, and arrangements were made to bring the victim to Epstein's house on a weekend. Stated that she and picked up the victim at the victim's house. They traveled to Epstein's house and entered through the kitchen door. They met with the house chef and Epstein's assistant. The victim was introduced to Epstein while they were in the kitchen area. Took the victim upstairs, and Epstein went upstairs. When the massage was over, the victim returned to the kitchen area. Stated she was paid $200 for bringing the victim to Epstein's. Stated the victim told her she was paid $300 for the massage. Back in the vehicle, asked the victim what happened. The victim told her about the massage, and then they went shopping. Stated the victim was the last person she brought to Epstein. She further stated that she had changed her cellular number to avoid being contacted by. She continued that when Epstein announces to his assistant that he is traveling to beach, would contact strange girls for Epstein. Stated that once her parents discovered that she was visiting Epstein, they disapproved of the encounters with him, and she stopped. Further stated that still tried to call the house and leave messages. With the assistance of, we were able to identify DOB. SGT entered the room and explained that based on her own statements, she had implicated herself with bringing underage girls to Epstein's house, was aware of what she had stated, and wished to assist further in hopes to receive a lesser charge. Provided cellular telephone numbers for the girls she had mentioned previously. Additionally, she also provided possible addresses and areas in which they lived. As was being taken home in the vehicle, a tape recorder was placed within the vehicle to record any conversations within the vehicle. During the drive back to her home, made the comment, "I'm like a," was dropped off at her house without incident, SGT, and went to Florida and attempted to speak with. We met with Mrs. We explained the ongoing investigation and felt that may have additional information as we had information that she had worked for. Mrs. introduced us to her husband and allowed entry into the home. We sat in the dining room and met with date of birth. As she was under the age of 18, Mrs. was advised we would be speaking with her. She expressed if her daughter had information, she wanted to assist. As we interviewed, she denied having any inappropriate encounters with Epstein. She stated she had gone to Epstein's house approximately 8 months ago and sat in the kitchen with the house chef, but nothing happened. As the parents were present during the interview, we felt that was withholding information from us. She made several comments as to she has put the entire incident behind her. I left my direct telephone number and advised should she wish to speak with me again to telephone me. SGT and thanked Mrs. for her time and left the area. Stated she would ask again as to what happened at Epstein's house. I informed her that had my telephone number and hopefully she would call, and then attempted contact in Loxahatchee. We met with her daughter was at the. We explained the ongoing investigation and felt that may have additional information as we had information that she had worked for. We left our phone numbers and asked her to telephone me upon her daughter's return. We then left the area. On October 4th, 2005, at approximately 8:05 a.m., SGT retrieved a voicemail message from. She stated she had spoken with her daughter and she had information as to what occurred at Epstein's house. I contacted, stated her daughter was in the shower at the moment and traveling back to attend college. I informed her would be en route to her home in Loxahatchee and drove to the home and met with and, during a sworn tape statement, stated she was to the house by. She was told she could make money working for. She was told she would have to provide a massage. Stated upon her arrival to the house she was brought to. They met with the house chef in the kitchen. She was introduced to Epstein's assistant. Was brought upstairs to the master bedroom. Prepared the room and massage table for a massage. Epstein entered the room and she provided a massage. Stated she kept her clothes on during the massage. Stated sometime during the massage Epstein said she was weirded out by the incident involving Epstein. At the conclusion of the massage, she was paid $200 for the massage. I asked if she has any training in massages, to which she replied no. I asked her if received any monies for taking her to perform the massage. Stated also received money for taking her there. Stated she went with and another girl to Epstein's house once. Stated she waited in the kitchen with while was taken. Stated she only did the massage once, as she was weirded out by the whole experience. At the conclusion of the interview, and the tape was stopped, I was informed that had attempted to reach via cell phone. A voicemail message on October 4th, 2005, at 10:59 a.m., revealed a female voice who identified herself as who requested to call her back, referenced the police questioning. This voicemail message was recorded onto a microcassette, provided the incoming telephone number as. Stated she inadvertently told about the investigation because had called to tell her about how she just received a rental car from Epstein, had called her to tell her that she was given a rental car, told her what was going on at the house, that the police would be asking questions, then called and asked what was going on. Ongoing police investigation. According to, would contact her to ask about the police questions. Was told to contact and do not provide any more information to as she would notify Epstein and what was transpiring. Investigation continues. On March 30th, 2005, I was asked by SGT to begin conducting surveillance and trash pulls reference detective conducting a criminal investigation involving Jeffrey Epstein. I was advised that Epstein was possibly engaging in sexual contact with young females. On March 30th, 2005, I made contact with owner of Palm Beach and requested trash pulls of to begin on March 1st, 2005. On March 31st, 2005 at 9:20 a.m., I responded to the area of 358 Rillo, and met with owner of. I observed driveway to 358 Rillo, collect the trash bags from Epstein's property and place the contents into an empty sanitation truck. I followed to a nearby area where he turned over 17 white plastic trash bags, which were collected from Epstein's property. I took the trash bags to the sanitation department where sifted through its contents. I collected mail correspondence from Money Exchange addressed to Jeffrey Epstein notepaper with an important message notepaper addressed to J. dated March 29th, 2005 at 8:15 p.m. Reference U.S. Airwave boarding pass coupon for passenger. Food service for Ghislaine Maxwell notepaper with names and phone numbers. Photocopies of the trash collected were attached with the supplement. Detective was advised of the contents that were collected for evidentiary value. On March 31st, 2005, SGT requested that set up a surveillance vehicle on and conduct video surveillance of the front exterior of Epstein's residence. At 3 p.m., I set up a surveillance vehicle equipped with a video monitoring device. The surveillance vehicle was parked on Rillo I, approximately 50 feet east of Epstein's driveway. The purpose of the video surveillance was to gather investigative intelligence by monitoring and recording all vehicle and pedestrian traffic entering and leaving Epstein's property. The video surveillance tapes were changed daily with a new T160 tape. Video surveillance was established for Epstein's from March 31st, 2005 through April 5th, 2005. On April 5th, 2005, video surveillance was concluded. I reviewed the videotapes and advised Detective the surveillance videos yielded no evidentiary value. On April 1st, 2005 at 9:30 a.m., I responded to the area of 358 Rillo I to meet with owner of Palm Beach. While parked in the area of 358 Rillo waiting Epstein's trash, I observed a white female who recognized as in Florida driver's license photograph. I made no contact with. While parked in the area, I also observed Epstein's truck leave the property as well as other vehicles arrive and park across the street from the property. The occupants of these vehicles appeared to be housekeepers, maintenance men, and gardeners. I met with owner of Palm Beach. I observed enter the driveway of 358 I and collect the trash from Epstein's property. I followed to a predetermined area at which time collected the trash bag from the sanitation truck. I transported the trash bags to the department, where sifted through its contents. I collected mail correspondences addressed to Jeffrey Epstein, automotive records, and personal documents for, as well as Epstein notepaper with names and appointment times for. No last names or other personal information was written on the notepaper. While sifting through Epstein's trash, I also collected a 3-inch purple finger-size object, which had a broken end. The object appeared to be a broken piece from a sexual toy similar to a possibly used for rectal gratification. The sexual object was photographed for detective, packaged in a biohazard evidence bag, and secured as investigative evidence. All items collected from Epstein's trash were turned over to detective for evidentiary purposes. On April 5th, 2005 at 9:18 a.m., I met with owner of Palm Beach. I observed the employee enter the driveway of 358 and collect from Epstein's property. I followed to a predetermined area at which time collected the trash bags from the sanitation truck. I transported the trash bags to the sanitation department, where sifted through its contents. I collected mail correspondences addressed to Jeffrey Epstein, as well as notepaper with names and telephone numbers. The following are items collected from Epstein's trash: a piece of paper, black Hotmail page with email address. The following items were documented for detective investigation for evidentiary purposes. On April 6th, 8th, 11th, 12th, 13th, 15th, 2005, at approximately 9:30 a.m., I met with owner of Palm Beach. I observed the employee enter the driveway of 35I and collect the trash from Epstein's property. I followed the employee to a predetermined area, at which time collected the trash bags from the sanitation truck. I transported the trash bags to the department, where sifted through its contents. All of the documents collected from Epstein's trash during my assistance were turned over to Detective Agon for evidentiary purposes. On June 14, 2005, Detective contacted me and advised that the airplane belonging to Jeffrey Epstein was parked at the Palm Beach International Airport. Detective requested that begin trash pulls for the purpose of gathering evidence and intelligence. I made contact with owner of Palm Beach and requested trash pulls 2005. On June 15, 2005, I observed the employee enter the driveway of 35 Rilla and collect the trash from Epstein's property. I followed the employee to a predetermined area, at which time collected the trash bags from the sanitation truck. I transported the trash bags to the sanitation department, where sifted through its contents. The trash yielded negative results, and no evidence was collected. No further trash was collected throughout the week due to the fact that Epstein's security gates remained closed throughout the week. Therefore, the sanitation employees were unable to gain access onto the property for collection of the trash. All evidence and intelligence gathered by this officer has been turned over to the Detective Bureau, and no further action has been taken by this officer. End of supplement. Reported day, October 7th, 2005. Entered day, October 10th, 2005. On October 4th, 2005, I made telephone contact with who had left several messages on voicemail. During the message, she advised she was not completely truthful when we met in person, but would like to speak with me to advise what had happened. She further advised she did not want to speak of this incident in front of her mother. At approximately 15:48, made telephone contact with. A taped recorded statement stated approximately a year ago, when she was 16 years of age, took her to Jeff's house twice. The first time she went, drove to the house. They entered through the kitchen area, where she was introduced to Jeff. She was taken upstairs to a bedroom by, who set the room up with a massage bed and brought out the oils to use. Jeff then entered the room wearing a towel. He lay on the table and picked out a lotion to rub on him. At one point during the massage, he tried to, at which point she became very upset and discontinued the massage. Both and Jeffrey had a verbal disagreement, at which time she left without being paid. She met with who was sitting in the kitchen and told her, "Let's go." She advised she received no money for that day. Also said if she was uncomfortable with what was going on, to let him know and he'll stop. She knew that the more you do, the more you are paid. Several weeks later, advised she agreed to be taken a second time by. Once they arrived at the residence, sat in the kitchen and took her upstairs to the master bedroom again, set the room up with a massage bed, and brought out the oils to use. Jeff then entered the room wearing a towel. He lay on the table and picked out a lotion to rub on him. At one point during the massage, he was wearing tight jeans and had a tight on. Jeff then rolled onto his back during the massage, then became upset again and told him she didn't want to discontinue the massage and was paid $200. Then she went downstairs where was waiting for her. She wanted to leave. She said she never returned to the house. Stated she is aware that her friend was also at the house and had a problem with Jeff. She provided a telephone number. The interview was concluded and the microcassettes were turned in as evidence. On October 5th, 2005, I researched the incoming telephone number that had left a message. The telephone number was assigned to T Singular Cellular Service. I prepared a subpoena request and faxed the request to the state attorney's office. Information requested was subscriber information as well as all incoming and outgoing calls for the months of September and October 2005. I later researched Palm Beach, Det, and arrived at her residence in Royal Palm Beach. Agreed to speak with us in the kitchen area. During a sworn tape statement, she stated the following. On or about November 2004, she was approached by and asked if she wanted to make money. She agreed and was told she would provide a massage to a wealthy man in Palm Beach, picked her up and drove her to a house in Palm Beach. She was brought into the kitchen area of the house. She further stated that and sat with them. They were brought into the kitchen where she was introduced to Jeff and other females. Stated she was introduced to a helper of Jeff. The female was described as a white female, unknown name, with hair. She stated that the assistant set up the massage table and put out lotions to be used. She told Jeff would be available in a minute. Jeff entered the room wearing a towel. Jeff lay on the massage table and picked a lotion for to rub on his thighs and back. She further stated that during the massage, Jeff asked her to remove her clothes. She complied and removed her pants and blouse. She didn't remember if she had removed her bra, but feels that she did and was certain that she stayed in her thong underwear. Was instructed to return to the ground and have his chest rubbed. Advised it was at this time she is sure he was masturbating. Did not want to look at his penis area because she was uncomfortable. Jeff removed a large white vibrator and turned it on. Stated he. Shortly thereafter, Jeff ejaculated and removed himself from the table. He walked over to where the shower was and opened the glass door. She waited as he was taking a shower in her direct view. When asked how old she was when this occurred, she stated she had just turned 17. At the conclusion of the shower, was paid either $350 or $400. She stated she wasn't sure, but knows it was close to $400. At the conclusion of the interview, stated she never returned to provide a massage for Jeff, and advised she was ashamed and uncomfortable with the situation. Det, and then left the area and responded to the where all the above mentioned attended. I met with school police officer. Officer, I explained I was looking for a previous student who attended. I inquired about and further explained that was working a case in which most of the girls have interviewed are either witnesses or victims and felt that maybe one as well. Officer researched his previous student records and found attended the same year and graduated in the same year as the other girls. I was provided the last known address of at approximately on Det and met with at her residence, Royal Palm Beach, was only 17 years of age. I notified her mother, Mrs., that she would be interviewed reference an ongoing investigation in Palm Beach. I assured her that her daughter was not a suspect. I explained the possibility of her being either a witness or victim. Mrs. advised she wanted to cooperate and consented to the interview. During a sworn tape statement, stated the following. At the age of 16, during the month of September 2000, she was approached by for a chance to make money, was friends with a friend of and knew the same people, had been previously told by her what did for Jeff, called a person known to as and scheduled the appointment, picked up and drove her to Palm Beach to a street called Grillo Way. They drove to the end of the street and entered a large driveway. They entered the kitchen area of the house and met with Jeff, was introduced to Jeff, led upstairs to the main bedroom area and set up the room with a massage table and set out the oils, dimmed the lights, and turned on soft music, exited the room, and Jeff entered the room wearing only a towel. Jeff picked oils and instructed her to rub his legs under his buttocks, back, and chest area. Jeff asked her to get comfortable. Advised she did not remove her clothes. She was wearing tight jeans and a cropped tank top exposing her belly area. During the massage, Jeff removed his towel. As rubbed his chest area, Jeff, however, was unable to due to the tightness of the jeans. Advised Jeff began to masturbate as Jeff moaned as she observed was to masturbate and attempted to, pulled back and stopped. However, continued until climaxed. He cleaned himself with the towel he was previously wearing. I asked if she knew the difference between circumcised and not circumcised. She explained she knew and advised Jeff was circumcised, was paid $200 for the massage, and left the area. She met with who was waiting in the kitchen area and left the house. Then explained she never provided another massage for after. She did, however, go to the house with, and they took another friend of. She advised she was present when went to work. She advised she rode over and sat in the kitchen area with to wait for. She advised that while they waited for the housekeeper to prepare lunch for them, as it was almost lunchtime. As was finished with the massage, they left the area. I asked if ever told her what would be expected of her when she provided a massage. She said yes, and told her that a massage would be expected, possibly naked, and possibly some touching involved. Has no formal training in providing massages. Spoke about a third, and last time she went to S house. She drove another girl, who is, to S house. She knew that was providing girls to, and she wanted to do the same. They met in the kitchen area of the house and introduced. Took upstairs to the main bedroom. Did not know what happened in the room. It happened as received $100. Did not speak about from for going with her to S house and recommending. Was unable to remember S telephone number. The interview was concluded and we left the area. Investigation continues. Reported by October 9th, 2005. Entered by October 10th, 2005. On October 6th, 2005, debt and went to located in. We met with Dean of Students and explained to that we were investigating a crime within the town of Palm Beach. We explained that a student may have information. Confirmed that is a student and currently on he was in at the time of our arrival and sent security guard to locate in class and bring her to the office. Allowed us to interview in an empty conference room. At 11:45 a.m., met with and explained to her why we were there to interview her. She advised she was aware of the ongoing investigation. Stated she had previously spoken with, who told her she was interviewed by detectives during a sworn taped statement. Stated she knew that worked for in Palm Beach. Advised she has been there many times for massages. I asked her if she had formal training in providing massages. She stated she did not. Advised she was told what was expected for her by providing massages and would have to remove clothing, but if she felt uncomfortable just to say so and would stop pushing the issue. She began providing massages and advised she kept her clothes on. She considered a pervert who kept pushing to go further and further. She explained she would keep telling him she had a boyfriend and that it would not be right to her boyfriend. It wasn't until recently that she admitted to removing her clothes and staying in her thong underwear to provide a massage. She explained wanted to be rubbed on his back, and recently he began turning over to have her rub his chest as he masturbated. He would try to, as she rubbed his chest. She stated would try to get away with more and more on each massage. Drove her to the house for the original massage, obtained her cell phone number, and every time would come, he would call her for an appointment. Each time she meet her at the kitchen door area. She would bring her upstairs and prepare the massage table. Advised would ask her questions about herself. He knew she was A. I asked if he knew her real. The most recent massage she provided was on October 1st, 2005. During the massage, she asked if she could borrow one of his vehicles to visit her family and boyfriend in Orlando. Had told she could borrow one of his vehicles, but later stated he would rent her a car. She continued with the massage as asked what she was wearing undergarments to, which she replied her thong underwear. Once he tried to, she would pull away from him and he would stop. Was asked if he ever used a vibrator on. Was aware of the vibrator, but advised she never to use the vibrator on her. She described the vibrator as a large white vibrator with a huge head on the tip of the vibrator. She stated he kept the vibrator in a closet near the massage table. Advised she had been doing the massage for approximately 2 years, which meant she would have started doing massages at the age of 16. She was contacted on October 3rd, 2005. Had anew, and she should come by the house to pick it up. Informed her she would have the car for a month. Stated knew her car was not working properly and had missed appointments in the past because of her car being inoperable. She explained the car is currently parked next to the field. I asked her if she ever took anyone to the house. Explained she took a friend of hers who has returned to attend. I asked if she ever allowed another female in the room. She stated no one was brought into the room with her. At the conclusion of interview, and went to the area and located the car in Florida tag. The vehicle is registered to out of the Palm Beach International Airport. Telephone contact was made with the victim's mother explained to her that was following up on this case and provided a complete update on the case. On October 10th, approximately 2:30 p.m., I made telephone contact with. During the conversation, was told of an ongoing investigation in which felt she had information pertaining to Jeffrey Epstein. Explained she met Epstein when she was just 16 years of age. She was approached by a friend who also had previously gone to Epstein's house for massages. Advised she was working at the when told her that she would have to provide a massage to Epstein and she would have to perform this massage. Thought about the offer and stated she could make $200 for 30 minutes of work. She agreed to perform the massage and set the appointment for the same day. She remembered it was a weekend as she only worked on the weekends. Took her to the house where she was introduced to Epstein's assistant. Took her upstairs to a master bedroom. She explained that as she was walking up the stairs, she observed several photographs of naked women along the walls and tables of the house. She further explained that she was brought into the bedroom, where prepared the room by setting up the massage table and provided the oils for her to rub on Epstein. Epstein entered the room and introduced himself. Epstein lay on the table and told her to get comfortable. Could not remember if he was naked or if he entered the room with a towel. Stated she provided. He continued rubbing his legs, thighs, and feet. He turned over onto his back. She continued to rub his legs with the oils. I asked what circumcised and uncircumcised meant. Stated circumcised is when the penis has no foreskin and the head of the penis is visible. Said Epstein is circumcised. Began to cry on the telephone and stated she had been to his house hundreds of times over a 2-year period. She claimed to have made thousands of dollars during her visits. Stated she could not remember how many times exactly she went to Epstein's home, but said it was a lot. Became more upset, crying hysterically, and stated she was and instructed to Epstein. Epstein continued to. Additionally, she claimed he could not continue and wanted some time to regain her composure. I explained to take her time. After taking several minutes to regain her composure, explained that would travel to meet with her in person as felt she had additional information to provide. I met with SGT and explained the importance to meet with in person. SGT agreed, and made arrangements for debt and to meet within Jacksonville, Florida. On October 2005 at 4:10 p.m., I met with and her friend in Jacksonville, Florida. Wanted to have support. I explained to her that did not have a problem as long as she wanted present during the interview. Stated she wanted her present. I explained that as was present, she was not allowed to comment or ask any question during the interview. She was only there to comfort should the interview upset her. During a sworn tape statement, explained how everything began. She said she was brought through the kitchen area where she met for the first time. She was led to the master bedroom, Epstein's room. Explained that as she was walking up the stairs, she observed several photographs of naked women along the walls and tables of the house. Further explained that she was brought into the bedroom, where prepared the room by setting up the massage table and provided the oils for her to rub on Epstein. Explained she remembered the steam room area, which contained 2 large showers. Epstein entered the room from the steam room area and introduced himself. Epstein lay on the table and told her to get comfortable, removed her skirt, and kept her shirt on. She could not remember if he was naked or if he entered the room with a towel. Epstein then instructed her to remove her shirt. Explained that Epstein turned over onto his back. She continued to rub his legs with the oils. Epstein ejaculated, which meant the massage was over. At the conclusion of the massage, was paid $200. They walked together downstairs and were waiting. Stated received an unknown amount of money for taking her to Epstein. Epstein instructed to leave her cellular telephone number so that he could contact her when he is in town. Explained that she continued to go to Epstein's house and became a regular at the house. She could not provide an exact number, but claimed she had been there hundreds of times. She claimed sexual activities did not occur every time she was there. There were times she went to dinners and parties with Epstein. Explained that things began to escalate more than the massage encounters, including bringing in his assistant. Explained Epstein had purchased her from her family, and Epstein bragged he brought her into the United States as a sex slave. Advised when was naked in the bedroom, she entered and removed her clothing. Epstein entered the room from the steam room area already naked. He instructed to perform. Refused to perform that act. Epstein offered her for 5 minutes. Agreed to for the additional $200. Explained that Epstein would. Things continued to escalate by purchasing sex toys. Stated she had. Explained were produced and offered for to allow the acts to happen. Was adamant that she perform all these acts, but there was an understanding with Epstein that no vaginal penetration would occur with his penis. Explained that Epstein's penis was deformed. Explained that his penis was oval-shaped. She claimed when Epstein's penis was erect, it was thick toward the bottom, but was thin and small toward the head portion. She called it egg-shaped. Continued that the encounters with became a ritual. Would arrive at the upstairs and Epstein were joining them. Epstein or Epstein. Advised one day. She came to the house after had informed her that Epstein had arrived. She arrived at the house and went upstairs to the master bedroom. Removed her clothing as entered the bedroom. Explained, and she encountered to include remembered, was removing her from the massage table, asked for a sheet of paper, and drew the massage table in the master bathroom and where Epstein and she were. Epstein turned. Stated Epstein became upset over this. She said she screamed no, and Epstein stopped. She did not want to. Epstein apologized for his actions and subsequently paid her $1,000 for that visit. Additionally, shortly thereafter, Epstein gave in color for her personal use. Advised there were times that she was so sore when she left Epstein's. She had difficulty leaving the house because she was so sore. Advised other than that one time, when Epstein, there was no other. Provided names of girls that she knew of that have gone to Epstein's house. Provided the name of, and feels she still may be going to the house to massage Epstein. According to, is still. When asked if she had been recently contacted by anyone of the house, advised she received an email from, which is her email account. The email was just a "how are you doing" type of email. There had been no other contact from the house. The interview was concluded and left the area. The tapes and drawing were submitted into evidence. Investigation continues. Narrative 12. On November 1st, 2005. Entered on November 7th, 2005. On October 12th, 2005. Debt and traveled to the Orlando area and made telephone contact with. Needed to meet with us as we were in the Orlando area. Gave directions to her apartment. Debt and met with, who stated during a sworn tape statement that nothing happened between her and Epstein. Appeared nervous during the interview. I assured her that had spoken with other people who advised differently. Stated she only went a couple of times and provided a massage to Epstein. She stated she was brought to the Epstein house in March 2005. Brought her to work. Has no formal training in providing massages. Stated she provided a massage, fully clothed, for $200. As sensed hesitancy in her answers, I asked if she had been contacted by anyone from the house. Stated she was interviewed already by an investigator for Epstein. He met with her on October 2005 at a roadhouse in Orlando. He identified himself as and asked her about the police investigation and left his telephone number for additional contact. Provided no additional information as it appeared her responses were almost scripted. We left the area and returned to the Palm Beach Police Department. Based on the information acquired during the interviews, a search warrant was prepared for entry to the Epstein home. On October 18, 2005, I met with Judge, who reviewed the warrant request. She found there was sufficient probable cause and signed the warrant request. On October 20th, 2005, at approximately 9:36 a.m., members of the Palm Beach Police Department Investigations Unit executed the search warrant at 358 Palm Beach. Members of the Investigations Unit include Captain Debt, the Crime Scene Unit, and myself. As we entered onto the property, we encountered the house manager, who was in the guest portion of the house. The guest house section had open doors and no forced entry was made. I made contact with date of birth and informed him of the search warrant for the premises. Members of the police department entered the residence and announced we had a search warrant. A safety search was done and members exited the home. I read the search warrant to, videotaped the search warrant execution, several located on the property, spoke with in New York. Mr. stated he is the designer for homes. He advised he was contacted in March of 2005 to do a complete overhaul on the house. He advised he was on the phone with Mr. Epstein when officers announced the search warrant. Mr. Epstein was then made aware of the search warrant. Mr. advised his contact with Epstein is strictly business, and he has never witnessed Epstein with any girls except for his assistants. Or, interviewed of New York, Mr. stated every year. He advised he personally worked on the New York and Palm Beach home for Mr. Epstein. He has previously met with and Epstein's assistants in New York and in Florida. Stated they travel with Epstein everywhere he goes. Interviewed City, New Jersey, stated she just arrived from Scotland and has worked with for only 1 month. She stated she has never met Epstein and has not seen him. The interview was then concluded. I then spoke with in New York, stated he has worked for Epstein for 7 years. He further stated he deals with Epstein's assistants and speaks with Epstein on the phone. Stated he mainly speaks with Epstein's main assistant, who travels with Epstein. Stated he only has contact with Epstein when his services are needed. At approximately 10:30 a.m., I was informed that the videotaping was concluded. I entered the residence and located 2 covert cameras. The first camera was a covert wall clock in the garage area. I traced the wire behind the clock and removed the wire and unplugged the camera. The other covert camera was located within a desk clock beside Epstein's desk. I traced the wire behind the clock and unplugged the wire. I could not locate another camera. I then began with the search of the residence for the specified evidence. My search consisted of the second floor, det, and began in the master bedroom area, where several items were located. They were marked to be retrieved by the evidence custodian. In the master desk with Epstein's notepads marked, we located a high school transcript from. In the room was also located a bottle of peach-flavored jelly. Additionally, there were several photographs of young naked teenage girls within the closet, which was consistent with what the witnesses said. The massage table was also located within the master bedroom. Videotapes were located beside the television, which were also collected. An itemized list of the property and locations was prepared on the property receipts. At approximately 2:55 p.m., the house was secured. The exit of the residence was videotaped. Upon our exit of the property, I encountered attorney Guy Bronstein, who advised he was representing Mr. Epstein. He provided a business card and provided his assistance with the investigation. Due to Hurricane Wilma, which struck South Florida causing massive power outages, the courthouse was closed due to the lack of power. I was previously told that the chief judge had extended the filing deadlines due to the hurricane and the courthouse being closed. On October 27th and October 28th, 2005, the courthouse was closed, and I could not file the search warrant and inventory at the clerk's office. On October 31st, 2005, I responded to the courthouse and filed the paperwork along with an order to seal signed by Judge Johnson to deny any release of any paperwork on this case. On October 20th, 2005, at approximately 8:30 a.m. Thursday morning, I was advised by Captain that a search warrant would be executed, and that was to assemble the crime scene investigative team and stand by the south side of the building ready to go. I designated evidence specialist to handle the inventory return, the documentation of the property receipts, and the collection and packing of the evidence at the scene. I further instructed to accompany us and perform the role of photographing the scene and the items that may be taken into custody by the affiant detective. My responsibility was to go through from the reading of the warrant to the final exit from the residence and perform a video recording of the reading of the warrant, the initial walkthrough of the residence showing the current condition, and then finally a walkthrough of the residence at the time of the police exit. We started out towards the residence, which was located at 358 El Rillo, and arrived at approximately 9:33 a.m. The search was conducted, items were collected by, evidence specialists photographed by, and then videotaped by myself. The search was concluded at approximately 3:05 p.m., whereupon detective and were the last 2 officers in the house. Upon securing the residence, we met with the gentleman who identified himself to detective as the lawyer for the defendant, and he was informed that the residence was secured and that copies of the inventory return had been left on the first floor table of the personal assistant's office. Detective and returned to police headquarters and secured for the day. On October 20th, 2005, I assisted detective in the execution of a search warrant at 358 El Rillo, Palm Beach, Florida, 33480. Upon the announcement of the search warrant, immediate contact was made with 3 white males who came out of the house or surrounding structures. Those males were identified as, and other members of the police department cleared the home and kept watch over these 3 males. Once the house was cleared, those males were turned over to detective, and were assigned to assist in the search of the main house, the cabana, and the servants' quarters. We started in the garage. All areas of the garage were searched to include 4 vehicles. These vehicles were 3 black Mercedes-Benz cars registered to Jeffrey Epstein. The 4th vehicle was a Harley-Davidson motorcycle, green in color, registered to Jeffrey Epstein. Nothing was recovered from the garage. A towel closet and pantry located off the kitchen were searched and yielded negative results. The kitchen was searched, and taken into evidence was a phone message book that was located near a house phone. North of the kitchen was an office room which contained a computer. The room had a closet that contained a locked gun locker. The combination was entered in the presence of, and the safe was opened. Items were taken from the room. See the completed property receipt for a detailed list. A green bathroom located on the first floor was searched and nothing was taken. A closet located just west of the green bathroom was searched. 2 massage tables were located in the closet along with a photo of a nude female from the waist up. See the property receipt for details. I searched 2 bedrooms and their adjoining bathrooms, which were located on the 2nd floor on the east side of the house. In the northeast bedroom closet, found adult sex toys called twin torpedoes. Soap made in the shape of a penis and vagina were also found in these upstairs bedrooms. See the property receipt for details. I searched the pool cabana located on the south side of the pool. Photos were taken from the wall. See the property receipt for details. I assisted in the search of living quarters. Numerous along with a message book was seized. See the property receipt for details. Incident narrative number 15. Reported by on November 8, 2005. Entered by on November 8, 2005. On November 1st, 2005, I was contacted by attorney Gus Frunston, who advised he was willing to assist with the investigation. Attorney Frunston advised he would try to have his client, Jeffrey Epstein, available to be interviewed. I explained would be interested in conducting an interview with his client as well as other employees that are employed within the house. Attorney Frunston advised he would return my call once he received confirmation on the interviews. On November 6, 2005, I attempted contact with at her residence. I left a business card for her to return my call. Upon returning to the police department, I had received a telephone call from. I returned her call at and spoke with. We made arrangements to respond to the station to provide an interview. At approximately 3:30 p.m., she arrived at the Palm Beach police station with her boyfriend. Her boyfriend was allowed to sit in the lobby area while was interviewed. I took to the Detective Bureau interview room. I closed the door for privacy and explained to her that appreciated her coming to the police station for the interview. During the sworn tape statement, she advised she was at Jeffrey Epstein's house one time. Approximately 2 months ago, she was approached by a girl who was dating her roommate to make some quick money. Advised she was in need to make some quick cash to make the rent that month. She agreed to go to the house. She had been told by the massage would have to be done in her underwear. She advised drove with her and brought her into the house. They walked into the kitchen area and took the stairs upstairs. She further stated she was brought into a master bedroom area. She advised she recalled seeing portraits of naked women throughout the room. A massage table was already out near the sauna shower area in the master bedroom. Epstein entered the room wearing only a towel and introduced himself as Jeff. Advised she recalled she and removed their clothing down to their panties. Epstein lay on his stomach, and they provided a massage on his legs and feet area. I asked if she had any formal massage training, and she replied no, advised she was topless, and the panties she wore were the boys' shorts lace panties. And continued the massage until the last 10 minutes of the massage. Epstein told to leave the room so that could finish the massage. Got dressed, and Epstein turned over onto his back. Epstein then removed the towel, which had been around his waist. Epstein laid there naked and requested that rub his chest area. Stated as she did this, Epstein as she rubbed his, stated he had a large white vibrator with. He stated it was within a drawer in his master bathroom. Advised he never. She continued. She was very uncomfortable during the incident, but knew it was almost over. Epstein climaxed and started to remove himself from the table. He wiped himself with the towel he had on previous and went into the shower area, got dressed, and met with in the kitchen area. Epstein came into the kitchen and provided $200 for bringing and paid $200 for providing the massage. Was told to leave her telephone number with his assistant for future contact. Provided her cellular telephone number for future contact. I asked if she was recently contacted about this investigation by anyone from the Epstein organization. She replied she was called, but it was for work. She stated she was called by for her to return to work for Epstein. Stated work is the term used by to provide the massage in underwear. Advised she declined as she was not comfortable in providing that type of work. The interview was concluded and the videotape was placed into evidence. Investigation continues. Incident narrative number 15. Reported by on November 10th, 2005. Entered by on November 10th, 2005. On November 7th, 2005, I made telephone contact with, who advised she would be able to meet with me at her home. And I traveled to her home in Royal Palm Beach and made contact with. During a sworn taped statement, stated she met Epstein through, would approach females who wished to work for him. Stated she was asked to work for him, but declined. She explained that work means give massages. She was asked about any formal training in providing massages, to which she said no. Said she accompanied and other females who were taken to Epstein's house to provide massages. She further stated she had been to the house approximately 4 or 5 times in the past. She stated when and were taken over, they were previously told they would have to provide a massage, possibly naked. It was also told that should Epstein require them to do anything extra, and they were not comfortable, just to tell him, and he would stop. Stated received $200 for each girl she brought over to massage Jeffrey Epstein. When asked which girl appeared to be the youngest, she replied, the victim, as she stated she was 15 years old at the most, she looked really young. Further stated each time she went to the house, she sat in the kitchen and waited with until the massage was over. She further stated that the cook would make lunch or a snack for them as they waited. I asked her if there was anything that caught her attention within the home. Stated there were a lot of naked girls in photographs throughout the house. The interview was concluded and the tape was turned into evidence. Investigation continues. Narrative number 17. Reported on November 10th, 2005. Entered on November 10th, 2005. Det H and attempted contact with Royal Palm Beach. I left my business card at her front door. Returned my call and arranged a meeting with me at the Beach Police Department for November 8th, 2005. At approximately 2:00 p.m., arrived at the Palm Beach Police Department. She was brought into the interview room and the door was closed for privacy. She was told that appreciated her coming to the police station for questioning regarding an ongoing investigation. She was told that was investigating a crime involving Jeffrey Epstein and knew, based on the investigation, that she had encounters with him in the past. During a sworn taped statement, stated she had met Epstein approximately 2 years ago. She was first introduced to Epstein by who approached her about working for Epstein and providing a massage to him for $200. The arrangements were made, and, as could not take her the day the arrangements were made, took, also attended, and was familiar with Epstein. Recalled she was brought there and entered through the back kitchen door. She had met with an assistant, and another assistant brought her upstairs, as she observed several photographs of naked females throughout the house. Stated Epstein came in the room, wearing only a towel, and laid on the table. Stated he picked out the oils he wanted her to use, and requested she remove her clothing to provide the massage. Stated that on the first massage she provided, she did not remove her clothing. Stated she had returned several times after that. Each time she returned, more things happened. Stated that the same thing would happen. Epstein would walk into the master bedroom and bathroom area wearing only a towel. He would masturbate as she provided a massage. Stated she was unsure if he climaxed as he masturbated under the towel. Additionally, she never looked below his waist. She claimed that Epstein would convince her to remove her clothes. She eventually removed her clothes and stayed in her thong panties. On occasion, Epstein would. Stated every time she provided a massage. She stated she has no formal training in providing a massage. Stated she brought 2 females during her visits to provide massages. Stated she brought a girl named and from. Stated was paid for each girl brought. Additionally, was given $200 for taking her in the very beginning. The interview was concluded, and the tape was placed into evidence. Investigation continues. Narrative number 18. Reported on November 13th, 2005. Entered on November 14th, 2005. On November 8th, 2005, made telephone contact with WP and advised her to come to the police station for an interview reference an ongoing investigation. At approximately 2:30 p.m., she arrived at the Palm Beach police station and was brought into the interview room for the interview. The door was closed for privacy, and she was told that appreciated her cooperation in this case. During a sworn tape statement, stated she had met Jeffrey Epstein approximately 1 year ago. She was approached by a subject known to her as who had asked her if she wanted to make money providing massages to Epstein. She had heard that several girls were doing this and making money. She agreed and was taken to the house by who had introduced her to an Epstein and brought her upstairs to a master bedroom and master bathroom where a massage table was prepared and the proper oils were taken out. Left the room and waited downstairs for. Stated Epstein entered the room wearing a towel, and she provided a massage wearing only her thong panties. Advised Epstein had masturbated every time she provided a massage. She stated Epstein continued to masturbate until he climaxed. Once that occurred, the massage was over. She felt the whole situation was weird, but she advised she was paid $200 for providing the massage. She also stated received $200 for bringing to Epstein. Stated she had gone a total of 15 times to his residence to provide a massage, and things had escalated from just providing a massage. Stated on one occasion, offered extra monies to. Stated this all occurred on the massage table. Stated climaxed onto the massage table. Stated she would receive $350 for her massage. I asked her if she had any formal training in providing massages. Stated she did not. Continued to state on one other occasion, Epstein introduced his two. Was brought into the room with. They provided a massage to Epstein. Epstein watched and masturbated as this occurred. On other occasions, Epstein introduced the large white vibrator or massager during the massage, provided the massage, stated the last time she spoke with anyone at the house was when during the weekend of October 2nd or 3rd, 2005, stated she had brought 2 people to the Epstein house. She provided the names of and, I should note, had been previously identified and had been previously interviewed. The interview was concluded and the videotape was placed into evidence via the locker system. On November 9th, 2005, SGT and traveled to Boynton Beach, Florida, in hopes to interview the former houseman of Epstein's home. As no one was home, a business card was left for him to return my call. We then traveled to Miami in hopes to interview a former houseman of Epstein. We did not locate them at home. I left a business card for him to return my call. We then traveled to and met with a group of students, Mr. we requested to speak with, was re-interviewed as she still was in possession of the rental car that Epstein had acquired for her, stated that Epstein's assistant had called her on her cellular telephone and informed her that the rental was extended for her, stated she had paid an additional $625 for her to keep the rental an extra month, was asked if she had any additional contact with either Epstein or anyone from his organization, stated she did not, other than the telephone call informing her that she could keep the car for an extra month, did not provide any additional information. On November 10th, 2005, at approximately 9:47 a.m., H telephoned reference my business card found on his door, stated he had worked with Epstein for approximately 6 months after the previous houseman left, stated that it was his responsibility to keep the identity of the masseuses private. Mr. Epstein had a massage in the morning and one in the afternoon, stated he would rather speak about this in private. He would come to the police station to speak with me, stated he would return my call on Monday, November 14th, 2005. I then made telephone contact with. He advised he found my card on his door and wanted to know what needed to speak with him about. I explained to him that was conducting an investigation on his former employer, Mr. Epstein. He stated he would return my call shortly as he was in the middle of eaching his home. I received a telephone call from attorney from. Mr. stated he represented and did not want me speaking with his client. I then made telephone contact with the state attorney's office and confirmed that subpoenas would be issued to the former employees to assist in the investigation. I then made telephone contact with attorney Guy Frunston, attorney for Mr. Epstein. I explained to Mr. Frunston that would like to speak with Mr. Epstein. He stated Mr. Epstein is not in residence in Florida at this time and would check with him to ascertain if he could be here by Wednesday, November 16th, 2005, for an interview. Mr. Frunston stated he would return my call should Mr. Epstein decide to come into the police station for an interview. Investigation continues. NE number 19. On November 14th, 2005, debt and traveled to Loxahatchee, Florida, and spoke with. She was of the ongoing investigation involving Epstein. She advised she had gone to the house on several occasions. During a sworn taped statement, she advised she started going to the house approximately 1 year ago and was brought her into the house, and she was introduced to a girl named. Once she met her, brought her upstairs into a master bedroom bathroom. She stated she met Jeffrey in the bathroom. He lay on the table and picked the massage oils. She provided the massage as he lay naked on the massage bed. She stated she rubbed his calves and back area. Upon the end of the massage, Epstein removed himself from the massage table and paid her $300 for the massage. She stated she had only been at the house approximately 5 or 6 times. She said each time she went to the house, she was notified by Epstein's assistant that Epstein was in town and would like her to work. She stated she returned to the house and was again led upstairs by. She provided the massage clothed. She advised it wasn't really weird until later on. I asked if she ever removed her clothing to provide a massage. Stated it was not until the third time she went that she removed her clothing. She stated she was notified by that Epstein wanted her to come to work. She arrived at the house and was led upstairs by. She started providing the massage when Epstein asked her to remove her clothing. She removed her pants, shirt, and bra. She stayed in her thong panties and continued rubbing Epstein. Epstein turned over onto his back, and she rubbed his chest area. She stated she knew he was masturbating himself as she provided the massage. She stated she believed he climaxed based on his breathing. She did not want to view either the climax or the fact that he was masturbating. She stated once the breathing relaxed, he got up and told her to get dressed. She was paid $300 for her services. She stated the last time she went to provide a massage, she was notified by to come to the house and work. She stated she was now dating her current boyfriend and did not feel comfortable going. She recalled it was approximately January 2005. She said she went, already thinking that this would be the last time. She went upstairs and went into the master bathroom. She met with Epstein, who was wearing only a towel as he entered the room to lie on the table. She stated Epstein caught her looking at the clock on several occasions. Epstein asked her if she was in a partner. She stated her boyfriend was in the car waiting for her. She stated that Epstein got upset as she wasn't enjoying the massage. She told him that she didn't want to continue and she would not be back. Epstein told her to leave as she was ruining his massage. I asked her if she had any contact with Epstein's organization. She stated she received $200 from Western Union in Royal Palm Beach and Okeechobee Boulevard as a Christmas gift. She advised she had no formal training in providing any massage. She also stated she was 16 years old when she first went to Epstein's house. At approximately 4:22 p.m., I made telephone contact with that. He agreed to meet with me at a public place. I suggested he come to the police station for an interview. He did not want to meet at the police station. I recommended we meet at the Palm Beach Gardens Mall in the food court area. She agreed, and an appointment was made for November 15th, 2005, at 5:00 p.m. at the food court. Investigation continues. On October 20th, 2005, I assisted executing a search warrant at 358 Arillo Way in the town of Palm Beach County, Florida, under the direction of a Fiant detective, and searched the pantry room that is west next to the kitchen. This room had all white cabinets with a dark gray and black countertop. We did not find anything in this room. We searched the yellow and blue room that is west next to the pantry room. This room had a very large statue of a man with a bow. Taken into evidence from this room were 9 photographs in frames of various women. We searched the main entrance foyer that is to the north of the yellow and blue room. This room contained 2 bamboo chairs and ottomans with cushions. It also contained a round table with numerous books. We searched another blue room that is west of the foyer. This room had a stereo system and bookshelves that were from the floor to the ceiling. Taken into evidence from this room were 8 photographs in frames of various women or Epstein, the owner of the residence. We searched the room to the west of the blue room that has sliding glass doors that lead out to the pool. In this room, in a dresser, were 2 Ds and 2 tapes. These items were taken into evidence. I searched a 2004 black Chevy Suburban Bering, Florida tag registered to Jeffrey Epstein, which was located on the east side of the driveway facing south. I found a thrifty rental agreement between the passenger seat and the middle console. The name on the rental agreement was Palm Beach Gardens, Florida 334. The telephone number on the rental agreement was. The vehicle rented was a Bering tag. The vehicle was at 17:58 hours and was returned on September 26th at 16:52 hours. The last four numbers of the credit card used are. Detective found a piece of paper in the middle console that said, "Use the cash in here to fill up the tank," and was signed by. I searched the 2005 black Cadillac Escalade Bering, Florida tag registered to Jeffrey Epstein, DOB, which was located on the west side of the driveway facing south. I did not find anything in this vehicle. All of the items that were taken into evidence were photographed in the place they were located and then turned over to crime scene. NE number 21. On November 15th, 2005, debt and traveled in Royal Palm Beach. We met with a 17-year-old juvenile who was not in school that day due to a cold from which she was suffering. I was told that needed to speak with her in reference to an ongoing investigation involving a subject she would know as Jeffrey Epstein. Prior to speaking with her, I explained that because of the fact that she is a minor, I needed to speak with her parents prior to speaking with her. She telephoned her father, Mr., on his cell phone and explained to him that and debt were there to speak with her. I spoke with Mr. on the telephone and informed him needed to speak with his daughter in reference to an ongoing investigation. Mr. advised he had no problem with us speaking with his. During a sworn taped statement, stated she met Jeffrey Epstein over a year ago when she was 16 years of age and was approached by, who informed her that she could make money providing a massage to Epstein for $200, had informed her that she would have to provide this massage topless, made the arrangements with Epstein and his assistants, and took to the house. Stated, and she entered through a glass door that led into a kitchen, took her upstairs to a master bedroom and master bathroom. She recalled the bathroom had a large pink couch, sauna, and matching shower. Epstein entered into the room, wearing only a towel, began removing her clothing, remaining only in thong underwear. She further stated that Epstein lay on his chest on the table. Epstein selected which oils to use for the massage, both and provided the massage on his legs, back, and feet. 40 minutes into the massage, Epstein turned over onto his back and requested wait downstairs in the kitchen area. Epstein instructed to finish the massage. As got dressed, started rubbing his chest, left the room, and Epstein began masturbating himself as rubbed Epstein's chest. Stated he continued masturbating until he climaxed on the towel he was wearing. When asked if he had removed the towel, she stated he turned the towel around so that the opening would allow him to expose himself. After he cleaned himself off with the towel, he instructed the massage was done and to get dressed and meet with him downstairs. Got dressed and met with Epstein in the kitchen area. She was paid $200 for providing the massage. Stated she was aware that also received monies for the same thing. The second time she went to the house, she was again approached by and asked if she wanted to return to the house to provide another massage. Agreed, and the arrangements were made by for her to return to the house. Stated drove her to the house and knocked on the same glass door that leads to the kitchen area. They were allowed entry into the house by one of the staff members, led her upstairs to the master bedroom and master bathroom area, left this time, and did the massage alone. Epstein entered the room again, wearing only a towel, began removing her clothing as she did the last time she was at the house. Epstein instructed her to get naked, He lay on the table on his stomach as began massaging his legs and back. After finished with Epstein's back and legs, Epstein then turned over onto his back, started to rub his chest, and he began masturbating himself. As rubbed his chest, Epstein leaned over and stated she continued to rub his chest as this was occurring. Epstein then, and concentrated on masturbating himself, stated he climaxed onto the towel again and informed her that the massage was done, got dressed, and met who was waiting in the kitchen area. She received $200 for the massage, said she never returned to the house and had no desire to return to the house. Was asked if she received any formal massage training. She advised she had no formal training. Was asked if Epstein knew her real age. Stated he knew as he asked her questions about herself, and he was aware she attended and is still attending. The interview was concluded. I suggested inform her parents of what occurred at the Epstein house. Stated she would tell her father, as he was unaware this had occurred. I left my business card for any questions they may have. We left the area and returned to the police station. The tape was placed into evidence. Investigation continues. NE number 22. On November 15th, 2005, officer and responded to the Palm Beach Gardens Mall food court section to meet with, at approximately 5:10 p.m. arrived and met with us at the food court. Provided a sworn tape statement in which she stated she had been at the Epstein house over 50 times. She began going to Epstein's house when she turned 18 years old. Was asked if she knew of the ongoing investigation. Stated she was aware there was an investigation, as she had been told by other girls that were interviewed. Additionally, she has had several telephone conversations with Epstein's assistants as to what had been going on during the investigation. I asked how she was introduced to Epstein. Stated she did not want to disclose who brought her to the house, but she would respond to any other questions. When asked her what happened at the house, stated everything happened. It all began with the massages. Each time she went, more things happened. She would massage Epstein, and he would masturbate and climax. She stated things escalated from there. She stated introduced his assistant to. Stated was told to as Epstein and had sexual intercourse. All of this was done at Epstein's direction. Could not provide exact dates, as she had been to the house so many times. Stated Epstein inserted. When was asked if there had been any vaginal intercourse with Epstein, she stated she did not have sex with him. She did admit had sexual intercourse with his assistant. Stated not every time involved sexual favors. Sometimes she would just talk with him and get paid. I asked her how much she was paid each time she went to Epstein's residence. Stated she got paid $300 every time she went to the house. She was told to bring other girls to him to provide massages. Declined, stating that she does what she does, and did not want to introduce anyone else to do what she does. Stated she had never received any formal training in providing massages. I showed a photo lineup in which was placed in position 6. She reviewed the 6 photographs and immediately identified as the person with whom she had intercourse. Additionally, it was the same person she watched have intercourse with Epstein. She signed the photo lineup under S photo as the person she identified. We then left and returned to the police station. The photo lineup and tape were placed into evidence. Investigation continues. Reported by November 29th, 2005. Entered by December 1st, 2005. On November 17th, 2005, I received a phone message from Attorney Guy Frunston, who advised to call his cellular phone reference his client, Jeffrey Epstein. I telephoned his cell phone and left a message for him to return my call. I did not receive a call back on Thursday, November 17th, 2005. On Friday, November 18th, 2005, I retrieved another voicemail from my work phone from Mr. Funston advising he would not produce his client, Jeffrey Epstein, for any statement. Funston stated he had spoken with Lana Jello-Lavic and expressed Mr. Epstein has a passion for massages. I called Lana Jello-Lavic and confirmed that Funston had telephoned her reference this case. Although nothing was discussed, Mr. Funston did advise her that Epstein is very passionate about massages. I also spoke with Dahlia Weiss reference Mr., and he advised that they were served through a subpoena process server. They were both scheduled to appear on Monday, November 21st, 2005, at 12 o'clock p.m. On November 2000, I met with Weiss, attorney, and at the state attorney's office, had requested a court reporter be present to take the statement. I spoke with, in the presence of her attorney. She advised she worked for Epstein for 8 years, from the period of 1994 through 2002. She advised she had never had any direct conversations with him. She stated it was her husband who spoke directly with Epstein. Her work consisted of doing house cleaning, shopping, and other preparations when Epstein would arrive in town. She stated the preparations consisted of preparing the house and bathrooms for his arrival. She advised she did view several masseuses that arrived at the house. She advised that 2 or 3 girls would come during a day and provide the massages. The girls that arrived looked young in age. Mrs. did not know any of the girls personally, and they were always different. She was told that when Epstein was in residence, he did not want to encounter them during his stay in Palm Beach. I then spoke with, in the presence of his attorney. Mr. stated that he was employed for 11 years with Mr. Epstein. He originally was hired as a part-time employee and then moved up into a full-time position. His duties included everything. He stated he was the house manager, driver, and house maintenance person. It was his responsibility to prepare the house for Epstein's arrival. When asked about cooks or assistants, he stated they traveled with Epstein on his private plane. He remembered dealing with his girlfriend, Ms. Maxwell, originally, and then dealt with Epstein directly. I asked about massages that occurred within the home. Mr. stated Mr. Epstein had up to 3 massages a day. Each masseuse that visited the house was different. He stated that towards the end of his employment, the masseuses were younger and younger. When asked how young, Mr. stated they appeared to be 16 or 17 years of age at the most. The massages would occur in Epstein's bedroom or bathroom. There were times he recalled that he would set up the massage tables either in Epstein's bedroom or in his bathroom. I asked if there were things going on other than a massage. He stated that there were times towards the end of his employment that he would have to wash off a massager or vibrator and a long rubber penis, which were in the sink after the massage. Additionally, he stated the bed would almost always have to be made after the massage. He was never privy to what went on during the massages. He was asked if he remembered any names of the girls that massaged Epstein. He tried to remember and was unable to provide any exact names of any girls. He was asked about any contact with anyone from the Epstein organization. He said he did speak with Mr. Epstein shortly after my initial contact with him to find out what was going on. He also stated that approximately on November 11th, 2005, he was contacted by a private investigator from the law office of. The investigator had called him to meet with him to ascertain what he was going to tell the police. He stated they met at the restaurant in Boynton Beach and discussed the same questions was asking him. I informed, and that as this is an ongoing investigation, anything we discuss should be confidential. They both acknowledged the fact that the information would be kept confidential. It should be noted that a court reporter was present during the interviews and would be providing a copy of the statements to me when they become available. On November 21st, 2005, I received a voicemail from Mr. Funston who advised he would not be making Mr. Epstein available for any statements. He did have some words that he wanted to relay on behalf of Mr. Epstein. I telephoned his office and left a message for him to return my call. On November 29th, 2005, I received a call back from Mr. Funston, who left a voicemail after hours on November 28th, 2005, advising he would return my call during normal business hours to speak with me, referenced the case on November 29th, 2005. Reported by November 29th, 2005. Entered by December 1st, 2005. On November 29th, 2005, at approximately 2:30 p.m., I received a telephone call on the department-issued cell phone. Mr. Funston stated he was calling to relay information that Mr. Epstein wished he could relay. Mr. Funston stated that he would not allow Mr. Epstein to speak with me at this time. He further stated that Mr. Epstein is very passionate about massages. He continued that Mr. Epstein had allegedly donated over $100,000 to the Ballet of Florida for massages. The massages are therapeutic and spiritually sound for him. That is why he has had many massages. Mr. Funston stated he appreciated the way the investigation has not been leaked out into the media. I explained to Mr. Funston that it is as important to protect the innocent if the allegations are not substantiated. Mr. Funston was told of the allegations that the private investigators assigned to the case have been portraying themselves as police officers. Additionally, I explained that my cell phone had been called by the private investigators. Mr. Funston advised he was not aware of that and advised they were under the direction of attorney in Miami. Mr. Funston further stated Epstein had originally called in Boston, who recommended in Miami, who asked Mr. Funston to assist. I informed him that if and when any charges would be presented, would notify him. The call was then terminated. Investigation continues. A review of the telephone message books, which were obtained during the search warrant, was conducted in which various messages from different dates were made to Jeffrey Epstein. The telephone message books have a duplicate copy, which, once a phone message is written into the book, the top copy is then torn on the perforated edge, and the carbon copy is left in the book. First names of girls, dates, and telephone numbers were on the copy of the messages. I recognized various numbers and names of girls that had already been interviewed. The body of the messages was time of the day that they called for confirmation of work. Other names and telephone numbers were located in which the body of the messages were, "I have girls for him," or "I have 2 girls for him." These messages were taken for Jeffrey Epstein. Based on the context of the body of the messages, I requested subpoenas for subscriber information on the telephone numbers and the time frame involved. Copies of the messages were made for evidentiary purposes. I obtained yearbooks for 2005, 2004, and 2003. I first reviewed the 2000 yearbook and located most of the girls had spoken with. Additionally, I located, based on the corrected name spelling, I was able to her residence in Loxahatchee. On December 8th, 2005, Det responded to Loxahatchee at her home. She advised she is attending and is participating in her part-time job. I left my business card to have her mother return my call to request an interview with her daughter. We then left the area. I also had previously researched the telephone number. A subpoena had been issued for the information on. The telephone number was registered to. A query have revealed that she is the daughter of and is currently residing in West Palm Beach. Det attempted contact with negative results. I left my business card on her front door requesting she return my call. We then responded to in West Palm Beach. I also attempted contact with. Negative results. I left my business card for him to return my call. On December 9th, 2005, I received a telephone call from S. mother, who was made aware of the ongoing investigation in Palm Beach. Advised she was told of everything that occurred at Epstein's house involving Epstein and his staff. She advised she would allow me to question her daughter about what occurred and would cooperate with the investigation. Provided me with cellular telephone number to schedule an appointment for an official interview. I telephoned her cellular telephone and made a tentative appointment for Monday, December 12, 2005. I then received a telephone call from Mr. Father of, who stated he found the business card on his door. I explained that was conducting an investigation and needed to speak with, as she may have information that could assist in the investigation. Mr. stated that his daughter no longer resides with him and has her own trailer in another trailer park. He advised he would tell her to call me. On December 12th, 2005, due to a conflict with schedules, arrangements were made to meet with on Tuesday, December 13th, 2005 at 5 p.m. On December 2005, and traveled to Loxahatchee and met with, during a sworn tape statement, stated that when she was 16 years old, she was taken to Epstein's house to provide a massage for money. Stated it was before Christmas last year when approached her and asked if she needed to make money for Christmas. Stated she did and agreed to provide a massage for money. Made arrangements to take to the house and drove to the house to work. Stated she could not remember the street name, but would be able to drive to the street. They drove to the last house on the street and pulled in the last house on the left side. They walked up the driveway and entered through a side gate, which led to a kitchen door. They knocked on the door and were encountered by an employee who described as a looking lady. They informed her that they were expected. They were then encountered by a white female with long. Was unable to remember the name of the white female with long, but knew she was Epstein's assistant. She was led upstairs by the white female, who explained that there would be lotions out already and Epstein would choose the lotion he wanted her to use. She was led through a spiral staircase which led to a master bedroom and bathroom. The massage table was already set up in the bathroom. Described the bathroom as a large, spacious bathroom with a steam room and shower beside it, with a sink to the right. Was introduced to Jeff, who was on the phone when she entered. Jeff was wearing a white towel and lay on his stomach so that May massage his feet and calves. Started the massage with the massage oil Jeff chose and rubbed his feet and calves. Jeff got off the phone and requested she massage his back as well. Began rubbing his back and got to the small of his back. During the rubbing of his back, Jeff asked her to get comfortable. He requested she remove her pants and shirt, removed her shirt and pulled her pants off in her bra and thong panties. As she finished the small, Jeff then turned onto his back. He instructed. As she began to rub his chest, Jeff asked her questions about herself. Remembered telling him she attended. Jeff asked her if she was sexually active. Before could answer, he also asked what sexual positions does she enjoy. Stated she was shy and did not like talking about those things. She continued rubbing his chest. Epstein reached up and from the front. Explained. Epstein said, "No, I don't." Epstein then removed his towel and lay on the bed naked, exposing his penis too. She began touching his penis and masturbated as he. Jeff then stated she tensed up and she was uncomfortable. Jeff told her, "Relax." Jeff then stated he said he climaxed onto the towel he had been previously wearing and got up from the table. Jeff told her there was $200 for her on the dresser within the master bathroom. Jeff also told her that there was an additional $100 that was to be bringing her there to massage him. Jeff told her to leave her telephone number with his assistant as he wanted to see her again. Jeff stated his assistant would contact her to work again soon. I asked her if she ever received any formal massage training, to which stated she did not. Stated it was the only time she ever went to work for Jeff and knew what happened to her was wrong. She stated she no longer speaks to because she was upset that took her there. She further stated that she had never been contacted for any additional work. The interview was terminated and we left the area. Investigation continues. On October 2005, at approximately 0930 hours, assisted with the execution of a search warrant at 358 Cirillo Avenue, Palm Beach. Initially was assigned to enter the residence and conduct a sweep of the premises for safety purposes. I then accompanied Tech while she photographed the exterior of the house. Once this was complete, was assigned to search certain areas of the house with it all as part of the search warrant. We began in the garage, searching 3 Mercedes-Benz vehicles, a Harley-Davidson motorcycle, and adjacent closets in the garage. Nothing of evidentiary value was located. We then searched 2 closets off the kitchen area on the east side. These can best be described as pantry or storage closets. Nothing of evidentiary value was obtained. A small office with adjoining bath was then searched. In the bath area, located a phone message book with recent messages. This item was seized as evidence. Please note this bath and shower area are not used as designed, but are storage areas containing a variety of items, to include a gun safe in the shower and assorted household items. We then searched a bath area and closet at the base of the main stairs in the foyer. Inside the closet, 2 massage tables were located, as well as partial nude female photographs. These items were later seized as evidence. Nothing of evidentiary value was noted in the bathroom. We then searched 2 bedrooms upstairs on the east side of the residence. Located in the bathroom of the south bedroom was penis-shaped soap. Located in the bedroom of the northern bedroom was penis and vagina-shaped soap, as well as an adult sex toy. These items were seized as evidence. We then searched the pool cabana located in the southwest corner of the property. Several photographs of nude females were seized as evidence. I was then assigned to stand by with a person believed was in the residence at the beginning of the search warrant. He was present during the warrant service and subsequent search. I stood by with him until the search was completed and departed the residence. I had no conversation with him regarding the reason for our presence. Regarding seized evidence, all items were photographed in place and then collected by personnel. This concludes my involvement in this case. On Thursday, October 20th, 2005, at approximately 0930 hours, I assisted in the execution of a search warrant located at Palm Beach, Florida, residence of Jeffrey Epstein. I was instructed by case agent et al. To secure all computer and media-related material from the residence. Upon my arrival, was directed by et al. To a room designated as the kitchen staff office. I observed a tower, silver in color, with the left side cover removed, exposing the hardware, sitting on the floor next to a glass-type desk. That had no discernible identifiers or features indicating a make or model. This was powered off with the power cord, not plugged in. The keyboard and mouse were atop the. It should be noted that there was not connected to a monitor, printer, or other media device. On the back panel of I observed an AV card with jacks attached. This type of hardware would allow audio and video to be downloaded onto the hard disk. The ends of the jacks were unattached at the time of the search, and no external camera was located within this room. That was located on the right side of a desk that held a flat panel screen. The desk also held another keyboard and mouse. indicative of a second computer. However, no other computer was found. It appeared as though a second computer had been recently removed, as the cable lens from the monitor, keyboard, and mouse were in the same area. A further search of the room revealed no media storage devices, i.e., CDs, floppy disks, zip disks, etc. This type of media is commonly stored in an area where computers are placed, yet no media was found. After completing a search of this room, I secured and turned all items over to the evidence custodian for future forensic analysis via a property receipt. I was then directed by et al. To a room designated as the garden room, where observed a wooden desk facing west. The desk held a flat-screen monitor, keyboard, mouse, media card reader, and printer. However, no was located. All of the cables were removed from an area where a computer had once been. A search of the desk area revealed no signs of any media devices. Det directed me to a third location designated as the cabana room, which is detached from the residence and located just south of the pool. In the southeast corner of the room, I observed an office-type setting with an L-shaped desk holding a flat-screen monitor, keyboard, mouse, and printer. However, no was located. All of the cables were removed from an area where a computer had once been. A search of the desk area revealed no signs of any media devices. Directed me to a second detached structure located on the southeast corner of the property. This area of this structure was assigned with single letters to identify a particular part of the room. In the office area, designated as Room B, I observed a powered-on Dell Dimension 2350 attached to a flat panel monitor. The screen displayed an open Microsoft Internet Explorer browser with address of. I observed no other active windows in the Start panel window and photographed the screen. The power cord was removed from the back of the Dell and disconnected the cable modem to prevent remote access. At that time, the Dell CPU, marked with serial number, was secured and turned over to the evidence custodian for future forensic analysis via property receipt. I also located several media-related items within Room B, which were recorded onto a property receipt and turned over to the evidence custodians. I then responded to a bedroom designated as Room F, where observed a white in color marked Premio. The Premio was in a computer desk which held a white monitor, both of which were powered on. The monitor displayed a message from Norton Antivirus Software, warning of an expired subscription. I observed no other active windows in the Start panel window and photographed the screen. I removed the power cable from the back of the Premio and shut down all other media. The Premio CPU, marked with serial number, was secured and turned over to the evidence custodian for future forensic analysis via property receipt. I also located several media-related items within Room F, which were recorded onto a property receipt and turned over to the evidence custodians. This concluded my participation in the search of the residence. Reported by December 21st, 2005. Entered by December 21st, 2005. On December 20th, 2005, who resides in I am the process server previously and was not served the investigative subpoena. A telephone message was left as she is not available during the week of December 19th, 2005. I made contact with state attorney and requested the same via telephone message. I then researched the victim's cellular telephone subpoena data, which had been received from a previous subpoena request. I analyzed the records which depict several calls from. The telephone calls start on February 6th, 2005 at 12:49 p.m., the same day which the victim and the victim's father stated the incident occurred at Epstein's house. The first incoming call was from residents at. The second incoming call from cellular phone occurred at 1:02 p.m. The call durations were 1 minute. The time frame was within 13 minutes apart. It should be noted that residence was in close proximity to the victims. The next call occurred at 5:50 p.m. when the victim telephoned residence. Several calls were made after the above-mentioned calls, both incoming and outgoing. Further analysis showed no telephone calls to either cellular telephone or residence were registered prior to February 6, 2005. Additionally, I also conducted an analysis on the telephone calls from. The subscriber information confirmed that the number is registered to from Hialeah, Florida. The address was cross-referenced to the office of Corrali and Riley private investigators. I researched the web page, which also showed various cases in which they assisted. I also located another website in which Mr. Riley attended a Miami Rotary meeting and confirmed attorney. Roy Black is among his clientele. The telephone calls revealed had telephone contact with either just after attempted to interview them or just prior. A background was conducted on, which revealed he holds a current private investigator license. I also researched the girls using. This website is a new social networking service that allows members to create unique personal profiles online in order to find and communicate with old and new friends. The site allows one to establish your own page and decorate the page as one wishes. I found the following people have MySpace sites. Received a packet which contained the results of the subpoena request for verbatim calls on. An analysis will be conducted in the near future on the numbers called. Investigation continues. 29. Reported by December 27, 2005. Entered by December 29, 2005. Upon doing research on the message books recovered in the search warrant, I located the identity of. The telephone number was registered to. The current is 17 years old and is attending the. I responded to, also known as the located inside the, stated that was investigating a case against Jeffrey Epstein and knew she had been at the house. Started to cry and advised she had put that part of her life behind her. I explained that although she is 17 years old, needed to inform her parents that she would be interviewed. She provided her home telephone number. I attempted contact and left voicemail messages at the house to speak with her parents. Detectives then located at her residence located in West Palm Beach. I attempted to interview her about Jeffrey Epstein. She advised she is so in love with Jeff Epstein and would do anything for him. She further explained that she would not speak with us about him either negative or positive. She asked us to leave her property. I informed her that although she did not wish to speak with us, I had sufficient information at this point in the investigation to know she was at Epstein's house and provided girls to Epstein to work. I also explained that prior to our arrival at her residence, had telephone contact with her father, who was told she would be interviewed. She is currently 17 years old, and as a juvenile, parental notification would be required. We then left the area and returned to the police station. At the police station, I left another telephone message for parents. I began an analysis of cellular phone. The telephone number belonged to and the financially responsible party is Jeffrey Epstein of 57 Ave in New York City, New York. The time frame which was subpoenaed was September 2005 through October 2005. There were 87 pages of calls made either to the cell phone or from the cell phone. The local numbers were analyzed. A spreadsheet was prepared and placed into the attachment file of who was called. The unknown numbers were researched using phonefinder.com, and subpoenas were requested to determine subscriber information. This was done to identify additional victims or witnesses. The analysis revealed that it called the victim witnesses frequently when Epstein was in the town of Palm Beach to work. This confirms what the girls interviewed had previously stated. would notify them when Epstein was in town, and their willingness to work that was placed into evidence. Investigation continues. 30. Reported by January 3rd, 2006. Entered by January 3rd, 2006. On December 29th, 2005, I received a facsimile from National Compliance Center from Singular Wireless for telephone number. This was the telephone number for during the time frame when the victim was brought to the Epstein house to work. An analysis of the phone records of all incoming and outgoing calls showed that on February 6, 2005, the day the victim was brought to the house, first called Epstein's assistant at 2:50 p.m. The next call was made to Epstein's house in Palm Beach at 12:52 p.m. The following call was made to the victim at 1:01 p.m. and at 1:02 p.m. This confirms the information provided by the victim and victim's father. I photocopied the records and enlarged page 8 of 10 to show the calls made by on February 6, 2005. To this date, I have not heard from parents. I will attempt to establish contact with them during the evening hours. I received a package from attorney Guy Fronston, which was hand-delivered at the police station. Within the package was a letter from Alan Dershowitz and 2 profiles. The profiles were that of and. MySpace.com is a social networking service that allows members to create unique personal profiles online in order to find and communicate with old and new friends. This package was in response to a previous meeting in which Mr. Dershowitz called to assist in the investigation in providing any additional witnesses, such as house employees who have been reluctant to speak with law enforcement. I reviewed the profiles Mr. Dershowitz enclosed, who designed her bio, still attends and receives messages from friends which contain some profanity. Upon reviewing her friends' comments section from MySpace, most of her good friends sent messages to establish contact and invite her to go out. I then reviewed Weblog, which was provided by Mr. Dershowitz. MS. blog appears to be. Her blog states that her interests include music, theater, and weed. I reviewed her packet in which she declares her love for her live-in boyfriend. She also describes using marijuana with her boyfriend. The letter Mr. Dershowitz sent advised he was looking into the allegation that one of the private investigators used by the private attorneys of Epstein attempted to impersonate or state that they were police officers from Palm Beach. Mr. Dershowitz advised that the investigator used to interview had quite a distinct speech impediment, did not claim, nor did they impersonate themselves as a police officer. This package was sent to both Lana Selavic and Dahlia Weiss at the state attorney's office. I made telephone contact with Weiss to confirm she received the package and request an interview with, and she advised she would assist in attempting to contact Mr. Dershowitz. On January 3rd, 2006, I received a telephone call from Weiss, who informed me that she made telephone contact with Mr. Dershowitz. She had requested the employees be available the week of January 3rd, 2006. Mr. Dershowitz informed her that the assistants are out of the country and would require additional time to locate them and make them available. Investigation continues. On Thursday, March 31st, 2005, I started conducting surveillance at 358 Rillo. At this point, I observed her in roadway, a tag in the drive bearing tag roadway, black Chevy Suburban, and Escalade in driveway. At 1,325 hours, I observed roadway, black Chevy Suburban in driveway, and Escalade in driveway bearing tag. At 1,615 hours, I observed her in roadway, black Chevy Suburban in driveway, black Escalade in driveway, and a car in roadway. On Friday, April 1st, 2005, I continued surveillance at 358 Rillo. At 1,130 hours, I observed tag in roadway, black Escalade in driveway, and an unknown make model bearing tag in roadway. At 1,227 hours, I observed it in roadway, black Escalade in driveway, and a black Chevy located behind the Escalade. At 1,345 hours, I observed her in roadway and a black Chevy in driveway. At hours, I observed her in roadway, black Chevy in driveway, black Escalade in driveway, and a dark unknown model make car parked in garage. On Saturday, April 2nd, 2005, I continued surveillance at 358 Rillo. At 0713 hours, I observed tag in roadway and a black. At 0814 hours, I observed her in roadway, black Escalade in driveway, and a. At 0952 hours, I observed her in roadway, black Escalade in driveway, in roadway, and also a gray unknown make model with retrieving landscaping tools. At 1,155 hours, I observed a bearing tag parking in the roadway in front of 350. AWF, HF, late teens to early 20s, thin and tall, wearing a white tank top and short blue jean shorts, exited the vehicle and walked to the rear of the house. I also observed in roadway, and a black Escalade in driveway. At 1,310 hours, I observed a WF driver leaving the area. I on roadway and bearing tag, then observed approximately 16 to 18 years of age, jogging. All three females ran into the driveway. There were two with hair and one hair. On Sunday, April 3rd, 2005, I continued surveillance at 358 Rillo. At 0719 hours, I observed her in roadway and a black Escalade. At 0934 hours, I observed a roadway and a black Escalade in driveway. At hours, I observed only the. On Tuesday, April 5th, 2005, I continued surveillance at 358 Rillo. At 1,052 hours, I observed her in roadway, a bearing tag in roadway, black Mercedes in driveway being washed by ABM, and an unknown dark car parked in the garage. At 1,059 hours, I drove to the house of 358 Rillo and parked in the driveway. At 1,119 hours, I observed leave the area and the driver was the pool man. At 1,126 hours, I observed a gray, unknown make model car park in the roadway. WM got out of the car and walked to a house on the south side of. At 1,406 hours, I observed a parked on roadway and a white box truck parked behind Suburban. On March 31st, 2005, at approximately 1,500 hours, while conducting surveillance at 358 Rillo, I observed a black Cadillac Escalade, unknown tag, a black Chevrolet Suburban, unknown tag, and a black Mercedes 600 tag parked in the east driveway next to the three-car garage. There was tag parked on the street in front of. At approximately 1,700 hours, I observed the black Suburban, black Escalade, black Mercedes, and parked in the same place. At 1,750 hours, there was no change in vehicles. At 1840 hours, I observed the black Escalade, black Suburban, and black Mercedes, along with a tag, all parked in the east driveway and parked on the street in front of the residence. At 2,000 hours, I observed the black Escalade and black Suburban parked in the east driveway and parked on the street. On Friday, April 1st, 2005, at approximately 1,700 hours, I observed the black Escalade and black Suburban parked in the east driveway and the parked on the street in front of the residence. At 1820 hours, I observed the Suburban and in the same place and a tag on the street in front of the residence. At 2,250 hours, there was no change. At 2,330 hours, I observed the black Escalade parked in the driveway and the parked on the street in front of the residence. On Saturday, April 2nd, 2005, at approximately 1,700 hours, I observed black Escalade, unknown tag, parked in the driveway and a tag parked in the street in front of the residence. At 1805 hours, the Escalade and were in the same position, and the black Mercedes tag was also parked in the east driveway. At 1920 hours, the Escalade and were the only vehicles, and both were in the same position. At 2030 hours and 2,145 hours, there were no vehicles observed. At 2115 hours, I observed a black Mercedes, four-door, parked in the east driveway. Tag. At 2300 hours, 2350 hours, and 0045 hours, the black Mercedes was the only vehicle observed. Reported by January 5th, 2006. Entered by January 5th, 2006. Made contact with father of who was told that wished to interview his daughter. Stated he was aware and had spoken with his daughter about the incident. He stated that his daughter had previously told him that she was hired to model lingerie at a Palm Beach mansion. Mr. stated he knew nothing else about what she did when she went to work. Mr. advised he would cooperate with the investigation and make his daughter available for interviews. I asked if she was available for an interview. Stated she was not at home at the moment. Informed him would make contact with her at a later time. Mr. expressed his interest in the resolution in this matter, as he stated this information has affected his daughter emotionally. On January 4th, 2005, I acquired the subpoenas from the State Attorney's Office for Singular Wireless, Metro, Verizon, Bell South, and Sprint for the of cellular telephone. The subpoenas were sent to the respective telephone carriers for subscriber information. I received a telephone call from the State Attorney's Office, who informed me that the former houseman for Jeffrey Epstein was present at the State Attorney's Office for an interview, was issued an investigative subpoena. I responded to the State Attorney's Office and encountered waiting in the lobby. I brought to during a sworn taped statement. Mr. stated he was employed by Jeffrey Epstein for approximately 6 months. He was referred by associates, and his employment lasted the months of November 2004 through May 2005. His responsibilities as house manager included being the butler, chauffeur, chef, houseman, run errands for Mr. Epstein, and provide for Epstein's guests. Advised he had very limited contact with Mr. Epstein. If needed to relay a message to Mr. Epstein, he would have to notify Epstein's secretary in New York City, who would then notify Epstein's personal assistant, who would relay the message to Epstein. Stated Epstein did not want to see or hear the staff when he was in residence. I asked if Epstein received many guests during his stay in Palm Beach. Advised he had many guests. I asked specifically about masseuses coming to the house. Stated he would have 2 massages a day. Epstein would have 1 massage in the morning and 1 massage in the afternoon every day he was in residence. Stated he would be informed to expect someone and make them comfortable until either or Epstein would meet with them. Stated once the masseuses would arrive, he would allow them entry into the kitchen area and offer them something to drink or eat. They would then be encountered by either or Epstein. They would be taken upstairs to provide the massage. I asked if any of the masseuses appeared young in age. He advised he didn't ask their ages, but felt they were very young. He stated they ate like his own daughter, who is in high school. Stated they would eat tons of cereal and drink milk all the time. Stated the girls that would come appeared to be too young to be masseuses. He stated, under Epstein's direction, he delivered 12 roses for one of the girls that came to provide massages. advised the girls were still in high school and were of high school age. I asked about the massages. He felt there was a lot more going on than just massages. He would clean Mr. Epstein's bedroom after the alleged massages and would discover massagers, vibrators, and sex toys scattered on the floor. He also said he would wipe down the vibrators and sex toys and put them away in an armoire. He described the armoire as a small wood armoire which was on the wall close to Epstein's bed. Epstein ordered to go to the and rent a car for the same girl he brought the roses to so that she could drive herself to Epstein's house without incident. Said the girl always needed rides to and from the house. Referred to himself as a human machine and was ordered by Epstein to maintain a minimum balance of $2,000 on him at all times. When a girl would come by the house and Epstein was either not in residence or was not at home at the time, was to provide the girl several $100s for their time and to notify Epstein the amount they were given. Epstein also ordered to purchase several gifts and provide them as tips to the girls. I asked what kind of gifts. Stated he purchased jewelry, anything the girls would want. Stated the amount of girls that came to the house was approximately 15. Stated they all knew each other and all seemed to know who Mr. Epstein was. When asked to identify these, stated he could not at the moment, but knew he wrote their names down in a journal he kept during his employment with Mr. Epstein. He kept a journal in the event he needed to explain either to Mr. Epstein or his assistants what was done at the house or who visited the house. As he stated, he was in charge of Mr. Epstein's personal security while in Palm Beach. I informed him would need to view this journal, to which he stated he would research the book and contact me to provide the book. The interview was concluded and left the area. I returned back to the police station where the microcassette was placed into evidence. At approximately 7:20 p.m., I was notified located the journal and would call me on January 5th, 2005 to provide the journal. Investigation continues. Reported by January 9th, 2006. Entered by January 10th, 2006. On January 5th, 2006, I attempted to meet with to recover the folder or journal in which he kept notes that were given to him during his employ with Mr. Jeffrey Epstein. He kept this folder to justify what he did during his employ should the need arise to justify what occurred with the monies he had to keep, or any questions as to the petty cash he withdrew from the household account from the bank. At approximately 10 o'clock p.m., I attempted contact with and discovered he was assisting his wife at her place of employment and would not be able to meet with me. Mr. stated he would meet with me on January 6th, 2006 in Broward County in the morning hours. On January 6th, 2006, at approximately 9 o'clock a.m., I received a telephone call from who advised he had the file in hand and would be traveling northbound to meet with me in Broward County. At 10:50 a.m., I met with at Bank of America in Boca. The folder contained documents, including a note with direction to deliver a bucket of roses after. That same note had direction to rent a car and direction to extend the rental contract. I to the Palm Beach police station and placed the folder into evidence. I received a fax from the subpoena request sent on January 4th, 2006. Registers as a chiropractor in West Palm Beach. The cellular number is S personal number. On January 9th, 2006, det. H. and traveled Palm Beach Gardens in an attempt to locate D, who had been previously seen on the property and identified through her Florida driver's license and Florida license plate. A business card was left for her to return my call. We then traveled to and D agreed to and, in a private room, provided us a taped statement. During the statement, D advised that when she was 15 or 16 years of age, she was taken to Jeffrey Epstein's house by her associate, H. stated this occurred late May 2004 or early June 2004, and told her she could model lingerie for money for a wealthy Palm Beacher. She remembered they traveled by yellow cab from their residence in West Palm Beach to Epstein's house. She remembered encountering Epstein at the front door during the evening hours. He introduced himself and brought them into the kitchen so that he could prepare something for them to eat. After having a meal, and Epstein brought upstairs to a master bedroom, which a large bathroom. She observed a large style shower, sauna, and there was a large massage bed also in the bathroom. Epstein entered a room within the bathroom and came out wearing only a towel. Said they would provide a massage on his feet. She asked why they are doing this, told her this was part of the routine, and told her to rub his legs and calves. Epstein had told to get comfortable. She continued rubbing Epstein's calves and feet at Epstein's direction, then left the room, leaving her there by herself. Epstein told to get comfortable. She removed her blouse and pants and stayed in her panties. She stated she was not wearing a bra. She believed she was wearing thong panties. Epstein turned over onto his back and began. Epstein instructed her. She stated the first time. During the first massage, she stated he appeared as to masturbate himself. However, she never saw his penis. She continued rubbing his chest until he grabbed her and pulled her closer to him. He appeared to have climaxed because after he pulled her closer to him, the massage was over. Epstein had told her that there was $200 for her on the dresser. He told her that she could not tell anyone what happened at the house or bad things could happen. She stated she went to Epstein's house 3 or 4 times total, was very scared, and felt very nervous. She knew because of Epstein's money, he was powerful. After the massage, Epstein ordered his houseman at the time to drive the girls home. The employee was to drop off the girls at their house and watch them go inside their house. Dee could not remember who the houseman was. She stated Epstein's assistant would call her at her father's house to arrange for her to come and work. She advised each time she returned to the house, Epstein would do the same thing. Stated it was a routine with Epstein. He would then turn over and begin, and would masturbate and climax, and the massage would be over. She was paid $200 each time she went. Each time she went, she was reminded not to speak of what happened at the house, and that she would be contacted again. She began to purposely miss the calls when either or Epstein would call her. She once brought a friend, to work for Epstein. She was paid $200 for bringing. She stated she no longer returned to work for Epstein. She also stated that she wanted to notify the police of what happened at the house. Stated she was scared of what could have happened to her or her family if she notified authorities. On January 10, 2006, I received the results from the subpoena from Bell South Telecommunications for phone number. The is assigned to in Palm Beach Gardens. I also received which confirmed the money order sent to Jeffrey Epstein in New York City. The wire was sent by Jeffrey Epstein of 457 Madison Avenue in New York City on December 23, 2004 at 12:05 p.m. The amount of $222 was charged to Epstein's credit card so that could receive $200 in Royal Palm Beach. The $22 was for processing and local fees to send the money via. A copy of the check presented to was also attached the receipt of the wire. This confirmed what advised she received as a Christmas bonus from Epstein. Investigation continues. Received and reviewed the singular wireless results from the subpoena requests for subscriber information for the Epstein of 457 Madison Avenue in New York City is the current houseman and house manager for 358 El Brillo Way in Palm Beach, Florida 33480. The second number, 2, of West Palm Beach. Research conducted on licensed massage therapist with a Florida conditional active license number had been previously assigned to in Palm Beach Gardens. Research on revealed that he is a Florida chiropractic physician. Vehicles that were previously documented on the property while surveillance was being conducted were researched. I determined a D scene on the property in which a young white female was seen entering the Epstein property. Research was conducted which revealed that the vehicle is registered to of Lake Worth. Mr. has 2 daughters in Connecticut and resides farther in Lake Worth. Research on revealed she was recently involved in a request to discover any information from was requested. I spoke with Dahlia Weiss, who informed me that D will be available for an interview tomorrow at the state attorney's office in West Palm Beach at 1:30 p.m. I informed her that would be at her office for the interview on January 19th, 2006, Det and met with in Palm Beach. Was identified as a licensed massage therapist who had previously been seen on Epstein's property when physical surveillance was done, was told of the ongoing investigation, and felt she may have information pertaining to the case. During a sworn tape statement, stated she met Epstein 3 years ago when Ghislaine Maxwell approached her while she was attending to work around Epstein's house. Maxwell told they needed some girls to work at the house to answer phones and run errands. Accepted the job and began working at Epstein's house on El Cerrillo in Palm Beach. Stated it was a part-time job during the time she went to and continued going to Epstein's house and would be notified when Epstein would travel to Palm Beach. Advised she would be notified by Maxwell, Epstein, or his assistant when he would travel to Palm Beach. Stated she began providing massages to Epstein before she became a massage therapist. She continued giving massages not only to Epstein but to and his assistant. Was asked about what occurred during the massages. Stated she was 23 years old when she met Epstein, and anything that happened was between 2 consenting adults. I explained to her that she was not in any trouble. However, as part of this investigation, I needed to ask certain questions. Stated that there were times that Epstein would ask her to during the massage. He would instruct her to. Stated she felt behavior, but as she was getting paid, she just continued. Also advised she would on occasion perform the massage. On occasion, she would utilize the when she performed the massages. Explained Epstein never exposed himself to her, as he maintained himself covered under the towel he would be wearing. When Epstein would masturbate, he would be covered. I asked if she ever received any gifts or any gratuities from Epstein. Advised aside from being paid, she advised Epstein took care of her tuition from college. She received a rental car for a week when her scooter broke down. Additionally, she received other gifts from Epstein. Epstein also recommended her to another client who resided Palm Beach. The client she was referred to was an unknown last name, and his wife, who she provided massages to. The statement was concluded and placed into evidence upon our return to the Palm Beach Police Department. While at the police station, I researched Florida tag, which was also previously seen on the property when there was physical surveillance being done at the property. The vehicle of Lake Worth, Florida. Researching vehicle revealed that his daughter, the vehicle is a date of birth, resides at Lake Worth. She has a MySpace page called. On her webpage, it shows various photos of at a beach. An interview is forthcoming. A review of the video discs, which was extracted at the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office Computer Crime Unit, revealed that only one hidden camera was functional. At the time, several images of Epstein working were seen. Additional footage of was seen. There was other footage of females seen. The identity of the females is unknown at this time, until such time as meet with certain females to show the video footage to confirm if, in fact, It is them on the video. At this time, it appears that and are seen sitting with Epstein beside his desk in the evening hours. Due to poor lighting, a direct confirmation cannot be made at this time. Investigation continues. On January 25, 2006, Det responded in Lake Worth and met with, stated last year when she was 17 years old, she met Jeffrey Epstein through her former roommate, who was allegedly dating Epstein at the time, and once cohabitated together when they modeled. Explained called her on her telephone and advised her that she was in Palm Beach and requested to see her. Made arrangements to meet with her at Epstein's house. Arrived and met Epstein and then went to the Palm Beach Mall together and went shopping. Advised that, and she had received money from Epstein to go to the mall. They visited Victoria's Secret and purchased undergarments from the store utilizing monies given by Epstein. Advised she purchased one item and purchased various items. The money used to purchase the items was the money given by Epstein, and continued shopping and having a day together. Stated explained how she and Epstein have been dating each other, and he has been paying all of her bills. Claimed advised they met in New York and had been dating ever since. They later returned to Epstein's home and encountered Epstein. He had a brief conversation with about her modeling career. He knew of her modeling career from. He requested to see her modeling portfolio and explained that he could help her with modeling jobs. Had her book with her to show and showed the book to Epstein. He commented negatively about her photographs and portfolio. Felt uncomfortable with the comments made, as she had been working with other professional modeling companies who had offered her work from her photographs. Epstein requested to see what was purchased at the mall. Took out the undergarments, which were purchased. She immediately showed Epstein different sets purchased. Epstein then requested to view what purchased, was reluctant to show the outfit. However, since it was Epstein's money that purchased the item, she pulled it out of the bag. Epstein asked her to try it on. Looked at who told her, "Yeah, try it on." Feeling compelled to try the undergarment outfit on, went to another room and put on the bra and panty set. She walked out to the living room where they were sitting and modeled the suit. She then went back into the other room and changed back into her clothes. Returned into the room and told she would be going home. Scheduled another day to return for massages with her. Stated within that same week, she returned to meet with and have a massage. Told her that she would be unable to stay with her as she would be going on a bike ride with Epstein. Explained she could stay at the house and take advantage of the massage. Stated she met with an unknown massage therapist and had the table already set up in a guest room. Removed her clothing, leaving her panties on, and wrapped herself with a towel for the massage. Remembered that the door to the guest room was closed but not locked. As the therapist was working her back, the door was opened by Epstein and he entered into the room. Was trying to conceal herself as Epstein was talking to her about his chiropractic session. Epstein told to turn over onto her back. Eventually turned over, exposing her breasts to Epstein as he applied pressure on her shoulder and her waist. Stated Epstein popped her back, then removed herself from the table, got dressed, and left the house. Further stated had attempted to call her on several occasions to invite her back to Epstein's house, to which replied she was busy. Advised she has not had contact with either Jeffrey Epstein. It should be noted that S' mother was present during the interview. The interview was concluded and we thanked them for their time. I made telephone contact with, who is a licensed massage therapist who had frequented the home of Jeffrey Epstein. Has been unable to meet with me in Palm Beach County. And because she lives and works in Port Lucie, a telephone interview was conducted. I explained, too, that there was an ongoing investigation involving Jeffrey Epstein. Stated she knows Epstein and has been employed by him for approximately 3 years. Epstein has paid to perform Swedish massages, deep tissue, on him and other guests. Explained that approximately 3 years ago, she met Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein through a mutual friend. Epstein and Maxwell were looking for a massage therapist. Stated since that time she is notified when Epstein is coming to Palm Beach, and stated she comes to his house and provides the massage or massages. Explained she has also massaged his guests and assistants, and continued that she is paid $100 an hour for the massage. I asked if anything occurred during the massage that would have made her feel uncomfortable. Stated she only provided massages, and that was it. She never was approached for anything else. I asked if Epstein ever asked her to rub his chest. She stated she would not rub his chest, as that is not part of her massage. Explained that she was not Epstein's type. The girls she would see at Epstein's house were very thin, beautiful, and without tattoos. Explained she has several tattoos that are visible. Maxwell and Epstein have commented negatively about her tattoos previously when she has provided massages. Stated she only provided massages for Epstein and associates, and nothing happened during those massages. Stated as she does Swedish-style massages, the patient is usually sore after the massages. I thanked her for her assistance, and the interview was concluded at this time. I received a facsimile from regarding a service telephone number, which is a pilot for. Epstein's residence is in Lake. The telephone number was dialed on several occasions with negative results. Background on indicated he has a valid pilot license, first class for the southern region. Has another historical license for airline transport pilot. Investigation continues. On Florida, February 3rd, 2006, I had made arrangements to meet with at the Palm Beach police station. At approximately 1 p.m., and her friend arrived at the police station. During an interview she stated she met Epstein when she turned 18 years old and was brought to Epstein's house to provide a massage. She advised this occurred on day of 2005. She advised had informed her if she wanted to provide a massage for $700. Agreed, and was brought to Epstein's house to provide a massage. Stated she had been to the house on many occasions during the massage sessions. Also stated she would remove her clothing to provide the massage on Epstein. Advised Epstein would pay her $300 to rub his back, legs, and chest. During the massages, Epstein would masturbate himself as she rubbed his chest. I asked her if Epstein ever during the massages, and she replied, yes. I asked her if Epstein ever asked her. She stated this occurred one time only. Stated the massage would be over when Epstein would climax onto a towel. I asked if she had any formal massage training, to which she replied that she did not. Was then asked if she ever brought anyone to the house to work. Stated she brought 2 people to the house. She advised she received money for bringing people to the house to work. Stated she brought a girl named S. Friend was still waiting in the lobby of the police station. I thanked for her time and her cooperation and escorted her to the lobby. I asked if could speak with her about this investigation. I brought her to the interview room and explained to her that was conducting an investigation on Jeffrey Epstein and felt she may have information pertaining to the investigation. MS identified herself as and resides in Wellington, Florida. She advised approximately a year ago she was brought to Epstein's house to provide a massage for money. Stated she needed to make money and felt it was a quick way to make some money. Stated she was brought to the house by and was introduced to Epstein and his assistant. She was brought to his main bathroom and provided a massage. I asked her if she provided the massage naked. Stated she rubbed Epstein's legs, back, and chest. I asked if Epstein touched her during the massage. She advised he did not. However, he did masturbate himself as she rubbed his chest. Once he climaxed, the massage was over. She was paid her money and left the area. Advised it occurred one time, and she never returned to Epstein's house. The interview was concluded and was escorted to the lobby. I located a telephone number for her and attempted to contact her on several occasions with negative results. I spoke with, who advised she would speak with in Deerfield Beach, where she resides. Due to a scheduling conflict, we were unable to meet. I informed her would contact her to schedule another appointment to speak with her about this investigation. I have attempted to meet with her and make telephone contact with negative results. On February 13th, 2006, met with in Lake North. Was identified, who advised he has been employed with Epstein since 1991. Flies planes for Epstein, depending where he wants to fly to. Was asked about passengers in the plane he flies, and stated unless Epstein flew to his island off of Thomas, there would be no way of knowing who the passengers were. I mentioned a recent flight to Ohio. Flew to Ohio to pick up. Stated he was flying on several occasions. He stated once he is in the cockpit, he does not know who the passengers are. When he prepares the passenger manifests, he lists Epstein and his assistants he knows by name. He stated he would list either female or male passengers on the manifests only to keep a count on the passengers. Mrs. came into the living room and recommended that her husband consult with an attorney. Mr. agreed he would speak with the family at home to inform him of this questioning. I explained, too, that he was not the suspect in this investigation and ceased all questions. Based on the fact could not advise who passengers were in the plane, I then left the area. I attempted to locate in Wellington. I left my business card for return call. On February 14th, 2006, at 12:06 p.m., I received a call back from. Left her telephone number for a return call. I left her a message to return call. Investigation continues. On February 15th, 2006, I made telephone contact with who provided directions to where could locate her. Detective responded to in Lake Park to meet with. Upon my arrival, I met with in the parking lot directly auto painting. She was advised was there to speak with her about an ongoing investigation that concerned Jeffrey Epstein in Palm Beach. Stated she knows Epstein very well and did not want to speak with me about Mr. Epstein. She was very fond of Epstein and did not want to speak with me about anything concerning Jeffrey Epstein. I explained to her that she was seen at the house and would like to speak with her. She stated she knew there was an investigation and that had spoken with other people and therefore should know what happened at Epstein's house. Ended conversation and walked back into her boyfriend's business and left the area and returned to the police station. Investigation continues. A grand jury session was requested during the month of February 2006, in which all the girls that had been interviewed would have been called to testify before the grand jury to seek an indictment against Jeffrey Epstein. Due to subsequent meetings with the state attorney's office and defense attorney Alan Dershowitz, the grand jury was postponed until a later time. Dershowitz had provided a package of material on the main victims in this case in which they appear on and speak about alcohol use and some marijuana use. The state attorney's office wanted time to review the material. I requested additional subpoenas from the state attorney's office in which requested information from Dollar Rent-A-Car and Jet Aviation. The information requested from Dollar Rent-A-Car was for the rented vehicle while under the employ of Epstein for one of the victims. The other subpoena requested was for Jet Aviation for dates and times when Epstein's planes were in Palm Beach County. I continued to research other names that were acquired either from interviews or intelligence gathered during the investigation. I located in Royal Palm Beach. I responded to in Royal Palm Beach. During the interview, stated she knew would be speaking with her. Stated she was first introduced to Epstein when she turned 18 years old. Stated she was sure of her age as it was her senior year in. She advised she was brought there to make money and was told she would have to provide a massage to this Palm Beach guy. She remembered she met Epstein and his assistant in the kitchen area. She stated she was taken by one of her friends. She stated she went upstairs with while Epstein got ready for the massage. He exited his bathroom naked and turned around. Epstein asked her if being naked offended her. Stated it made her uncomfortable. Epstein then put on a towel and lay on the table. Stated she rubbed his back and feet. She stated she had no massage training or experience. Stated during the massage, Epstein attempted to. Told him against him. Epstein then cut the massage short and became upset with her. Then paid her $200 for the massage and told her to leave the house. Never returned to the house. She did advise of one time she went with. However, she waited in the car for, as she did not want the house. At the conclusion of visit, with Epstein, they left the area. Stated she heard from other girls that have gone to the house that Epstein now required them to do the massage naked and allow him to touch them in their private areas for monies. The interview was concluded as did not have any other information to provide. I then learned from the original victim the defense attorney had learned of her identity. I spoke with the father of the victim, who stated there has been a private investigator at his house photographing his family and chasing visitors who come to the house. He provided a Florida license of S vehicle is registered to Nobles of West Palm Beach, is a private investigator in turn who is licensed by the state. I informed the state attorney's office of the above information. I received the grand jury subpoenas for a grand jury session to be held 18th through April 20th, 2006. Investigation continues. The grand jury subpoenas were personally served to the individuals they were issued to. On April 5th, 2006, at approximately 7:30 p.m., I personally served. Had informed me that the private investigator was photographing the family. On April 10th, 2006, at approximately 2:30 p.m., I served at her residence in Royal Palm Beach. The subpoena was given to her mother. I learned through one of the victims that she was personally contacted through a source that has maintained contact with Epstein. The source assured would receive monetary compensation for her assistance in not cooperating with law enforcement. Also stated she was told, those who help him will be compensated, and those who hurt him will be dealt with. I told that tampering with a witness victim is an arrestable offense and very serious. I asked her, who approached her during this encounter. Originally was reluctant to provide the name of the person who approached her to offer her not to testify because she felt they were still friends. On April 11th, 2006, debt and traveled to Tallahassee, Florida, and met with the victim, identified as the person who approached her in Royal Palm Beach while she was home during spring week in March 2006. She stated she did not want to pursue the intimidation charges, or she was concerned that the defense attorney was given a copy of the report as certain things she had told me in confidence were repeated to her by, prior to our departure, was given a copy of her subpoena for the grand jury, which was scheduled to commence April 18th, 2006. Upon our return from Tallahassee, I notified the state attorney's office of what was told to me. I also notified them that the subpoenas were delivered and they would be calling for arrangements for the date and time needed for the grand jury. I spoke with Weiss and informed her of the possible intimidation by the defense. On April 13th and April 14th, 2006, attempted contact on several occasions with Weiss and Belolavich to ascertain when the victims needed to report for grand jury testimony. Messages were left on their voicemail. On April 17th, 2006, during the hours of 9 o'clock a.m. and 11:30 a.m., I again left messages for Weiss and Belolavich for either of them to return my call, as had not heard from the state attorney's office as to the time and date of the grand jury. At approximately 12:30 p.m., I went to the state attorney's office and located Weiss and Belolavich in their offices. I entered Belolavich's office, who informed me that she was going to return my call. She explained that an offer was made to the defense attorney, Guy Bronston and Alan Dershowitz. The offer is, when asked about all the other victims, Belolavich stated that was the Belolavich's cell phone rang and went to voicemail. She checked her voicemail and played the message on speaker. The caller identified himself as. I returned to the police station, where briefed the chief about the deal offered. I checked my voicemail messages and discovered a message from the stepmother for the victim. She was calling because the state attorney's office still had not returned any of her calls as to when they are needed for this case. I then called Belolavich's office and left messages for her to call the victims on this case and explain to them what the state attorney's office had done. On April 17th, 2006, at approximately 4:30 p.m., State Attorney Investigator Tim Valentine called to officially notify me of the cancellation of the grand jury. He requested contact the victims that had been served to appear, to notify them of the cancellation. I advised Valentine that as this grand jury session was called based on the State Attorney's office decision to have the victims heard by the grand jury, that felt it was the state attorney's office responsibility to contact the victims and advise them of the reason they were no longer needed. As had not received any contact from anyone at the state attorney's office, on May 1st, 2006, I prepared 3 arrest warrant requests and submitted them to the state attorney's office. The packages were delivered to the Crimes Against Children Unit in care of Lana Belolavich. Jeffrey Epstein's arrest warrant was requested for 4 counts of unlawful sexual activity with certain minors and 1 count of lewd and lascivious molestation. Epstein's assistant's arrest warrant request was for 4 counts of principal in the first-degree unlawful sexual activity with certain minors and 1 count of principal in the first-degree lewd and lascivious molestation. Arrest warrant request was for lewd and lascivious acts on a victim under 16 years of age. The receipt of delivery was signed and brought back to the Records Division at the Police Department. On May 3rd, 2006, at approximately 2:54 p.m., I received a telephone call from Dahlia Weiss on my cellular telephone. Weiss advised she has been taken off the Jeffrey Epstein case because her husband is employed with attorney Jack Goldberger. Attorney Goldberger is the attorney of record for Jeffrey Epstein. His previous attorney, Guy Bronston, has been fired from representation. Lana Belolavich has been assigned the case. Weiss stated she can no longer speak about the Epstein case with me. I thanked her for her telephone call. Weiss further stated that Belolavich would be calling me. On May 10th, 2006, information was received that Epstein's associate, Leslie Wexner, the Limited Inc. CEO's plane had arrived in West Palm Beach. The plane, a Gulfstream 4 bearing a registration, was on the tarmac at Galaxy Aviation. As Epstein had recently acquired the services of a new attorney, and the fact that Epstein's house is currently under remodeling, it was believed that Epstein may be in Palm Beach. I conducted physical surveillance at the residence, 358 El Trillo Way. I observed a large construction crew conducting remodeling at the house. The contractor, David Knorr, was observed driving a Ford Expert, white in color. The vehicle has a Florida registration of nor left Epstein's house and traveled north on County Road and conducted surveillance on nor traveled to several construction sites and checked certain jobs. Surveillance was discontinued on and traveled to Galaxy Aviation. I observed the white plane with a blue stripe along the body and tail of the plane. The tail number was visible on the bottom of the tail, closer to the body of the plane. We maintained visual surveillance on the plane until 4:57 p.m., when a caravan of Cadillac Escalades drove onto the tarmac. We observed several people exit the vehicles and discovered that they were part of the executive team for Limited Inc. The executives were in Palm Beach County for an executive meeting for the day. They arrived in Palm Beach County on May 9th, 2006 at 9:30 p.m. and were scheduled to leave on the 10th at 5 p.m. On May 12th, 2006, I met with Lana Balalovec at the state attorney's office. She explained that her boss, Barry Krischer, was requesting this case be taken to the grand jury again. I explained to her that I requested arrest warrants for Jeffrey Epstein and asked that she either issue the warrants or direct file, as so much time has elapsed since the original request to the grand jury. I explained that the Palm Beach Police Department had concluded the case in December of 2005 and has been waiting for the case to go forward. Balalovec stated she would advise me of the answer. On May 22, 2006, I received several phone calls throughout the day from who stated he had been followed aggressively by a private investigator. Mr. stated that as he drove to and from work and running errands throughout the county, the same vehicle was behind him, running other vehicles off the road in an attempt not to lose sight of his vehicle. I explained to him, as Mr. Epstein had retained new legal counsel, it was possible it would be new private investigators following him to observe his daily activities. I also explained to him that there was a meeting scheduled with Lana Balalovec and attorney Jack Goldberger at Mr. Krischer's office scheduled on June 1st, 2006 at 9 a.m. I attempted to call Lana Balalovec to inform her of the private investigators following. She was on her vacation during the week of May 22nd through May 30th, 2006. On May 23rd, 2006, I received other phone calls from and Mrs. advised they were able to acquire the private investigators' license plate information. The subject following them was again driving very aggressively and caused Mrs. to run off the road. Mrs. stated the vehicle is a green Chevy Monte Carlo bearing Florida tag. The vehicle is registered to Zachary Beshar of Jupiter, Florida. Beshar is employed with Sandor Investigations from Jupiter, Florida. Beshar is a licensed private investigator in the state of Florida. Since the discovery of the threat made against one of the victims in this case, I requested subpoenas for all calls made to and received from during the month of March 2006 for her cell phone and home phone. I had confirmed with the exact dates of spring break for 2000. Received a subpoena from the month of March 2006. I reviewed 89 calls made and received during the month of March 2006. I observed on March 7, 2006, made and received 35 calls during that day. The table reflects the date of the calls, time of day, duration of call in seconds, inbound or outbound calls, and calls made to or from phone. On March 7, 2006, at 11:03 a.m., made a call to the victim which lasted 492 seconds. The victim then returned the call at 11:16 a.m., which lasted 6 seconds. The victim then made contact with at 11:22 a.m. for 877.2 seconds. These sequences of calls were consistent with what the victim had described to me on the date of the intimidation. Immediately after speaking with the victim, makes a call to Epstein's assistant, which lasts for 48 seconds. A call is then immediately received, a telephone number registered to a corporation affiliated with Jeffrey Epstein, located at 457 Madison Avenue in New York. An extensive computer check revealed 457 Madison Avenue is a business address in which Epstein has corporations assigned to. Epstein had corporation attorney register the businesses and register himself as an agent. I also observed Epstein has his El Oro Ranch Corporation, New York Strategy Group, Ghislaine Corporation, J. Epstein and Company, and the Financial Strategy Group registered to this same address. Finally, a third call is received at 12:02 p.m. from the same corporate number, which lasts 12 minutes and 1 second. It should be noted that there is no further contact with either the victim during the month of March or April 2006. I also noted that there was no further contact with or Jeffrey Epstein during the remainder of the month of March or April 2006. On June 1st, 2006, Lana Balalovec telephoned me to inform me of the meeting that occurred with attorney Jack Goldberger and her referenced this case. She advised she would make her determination on whether to file on this case or not by Monday, June 5th, 2006. Investigation continues. Narrative number 46. On June 29th, 2006, I had spoken to Lana Balalovec, who informed me that the case would be sent to the grand jury for charges. She informed me that the grand jury would convene on July 19th, 2006 to hear the Epstein case. Balalovec's state attorney Barry Krischer made the determination to go to the grand jury to hear the case. On July 12th, 2006, I spoke with Mrs., the mother of the victim, M., who inquired about the status of the case. I explained to her that was told we would be going to the grand jury during the week of July 19th, 2006. She stated she had not been contacted as of yet by the state attorney's office for any information. I provided her with the telephone numbers to the state attorney's office. Investigation continues. On July 27th, 2006, the Palm Beach Police Department received a phone call from a woman. She said she read a recent newspaper article about the arrest of Jeffrey Epstein and advised she has information about Epstein. An attempt was made to interview immediately, but she advised she had to work and would not be available to meet on this date. Said she could meet with detectives on July 28th, 2006 at 12 noon. On July 28th, 2006 at approximately 1200 hours, came to the Palm Beach police station. I verified identification by her Florida driver's license. Said she saw an article in the Palm Beach Post newspaper on July 25th, 2006, which advised Jeffrey Epstein was arrested. Said the article advised a lie detector test was passed by Epstein, which stated Epstein did not know the girls in question were under the age of 18. Said she was a victim of Epstein, and she advised she told him on numerous occasions she was only 17 years of age. I took a sworn tape statement from. Said she had approximately 10 contacts with Epstein between the months of February 2004 and May 2005. Explained how she first came in contact with Epstein. Said one night in February 2004, she was hanging out with a friend named. Said told her she could make some money massaging a man that was in Palm Beach. Said the next morning, she received a phone call from asking if she wanted to go to see this man. She decided to go with to Palm Beach. Said told her she would have to massage this man and possibly take her clothes off. Told she would receive approximately $200 for this massage. Said she drove to Palm Beach. Said she took the Southern Boulevard Bridge into Palm Beach and then drove north on the road next to the beach, A1A. Said she turned onto El Brillo and drove to the last house on the left. She described the house as being white in color. She parked the car in the home's driveway and noticed two black Suburban S. She advised there were two black Mercedes-Benz vehicles in the garage along with a Harley-Davidson motorcycle. Said they walked through a gate to the back door, where they were greeted by a woman who was wearing some type of uniform. Said the woman told them to wait in the kitchen for, then entered the kitchen. Described as an approximately, advised to take up to the bathroom and show what to do. Said once in the upstairs bathroom, she noticed a massage table in the middle of the room. She saw a green and pink couch in the room. She saw numerous towels stacked in the left corner of the room. Said Epstein entered the room wearing a robe. Said the man introduced himself as Jeffrey and shook her hand. Epstein also said hello to. Said Epstein dropped his robe and was wearing a towel around his waist. Epstein laid face down on the table, at which time and began to massage him. Said while they were massaging Epstein, through conversation, she told Epstein she was 17 years of age and still in high school. Said after approximately 10 to 15 minutes, Epstein asked the girls to take their tops off. Said she and took their tops off, exposing their bras. A second later, Epstein asked them to take their bras off, which they did. Said after more massage, Epstein asked to leave the room, leaving only with Epstein. Said Epstein asked her to take her pants off, which she did. Said she was totally nude at this time. Said Epstein got up from the table and sat on the aforementioned couch. Said Epstein sat on a towel and masturbated in front of her. Said Epstein's penis was fully erect. Said Epstein asked her to get a vibrator out of a drawer in the. Said the blue-gray vibrator was skinny at the handle, but had a large ball at the top. Said the vibrator was more of a sex toy than a massage item. Said Epstein asked to use it, but she told him she did not want him to touch her. Said Epstein asked her to talk dirty to him. Said once Epstein climaxed, he told her the money was next to the sink, and then he jumped into the shower. Said she put her clothes on and both her and left the house. Received $200. Said she went to Epstein's house with on either one or two other occasions. Said eventually Epstein's assistant would call her to make appointments. Said would call phone numbers, but most of the time it was from. Showed me her cell phone, which had this number in the address book under the name of. Said after her first visit, Epstein started to, and Epstein would also. Said in March of 2004, she believes on at Epstein's home, Epstein. Said Epstein did this for approximately 1 minute until she told him to stop. Said Epstein did stop and no more took place. Said Epstein would ask her on occasion if she would have intercourse with him, but she always denied his requests. Said Epstein offered her more money for sex, but she repeatedly declined. Said Epstein told her she should be a model and he would help her become a model. Said Epstein told her he could not wait until she turned 18 years of age so he could fly her to Paris, France. Said she last had contact with Epstein or his assistant was in May of 2005. Said she told 2 friends about what she did at Epstein's home. These 2 friends and both agreed to meet with Epstein and provide massages. Said she told both girls that they would have to massage this man and possibly get undressed. Told both girls they would receive approximately $200 for these massages. Said she is unaware how many times went to Epstein's house. Advised she did not or was reporting these actions to the police. Had in her possession 2 tubes of Bath and Body Works lotion. She said came from Epstein's home. Said she did not remember when she got these lotions from Epstein's home, but she no longer wanted to possess them. I completed a property receipt which signed and placed the lotions into evidence. Signed an affidavit stating she wished to prosecute Epstein based on his actions. Reiterated she told Epstein on numerous occasions she was only 17 years of age when the above took place. This affidavit was placed into the attachment file. This videotape of the interview was placed into evidence on July 2006 at approximately 11:15 hours. Detective and met with B at her home. advised she did meet a man named Jeffrey in 2004 when she believed she was either 16 or 17 years of age. Said she provided a massage for this man. Said sometime in 2004, her friend told her she could make $300 for giving a man a massage. Said approximately 2 weeks later, she decided to go to this man's house. Drove her to a large house in the area. Said she did not know the exact location of the house, but believes the house was near water. Said it was approximately 8:30 when they arrived. Said both she and drank beer and used Xanax before they arrived at this house. Said she was under the influence of the beer and Xanax. Said upon arrival, they met with a woman who was in her. Described this woman as being the manager of the girls that visit this house. Said they went into the kitchen and then were led to a massage room in the house. Said she saw numerous photos of naked women and also sculptures of naked women throughout the house. Said moments later, a man named Jeffrey entered the room wearing a robe. Said Jeffrey removed his robe and lay down on the massage table. Said she and massaged Jeffrey for approximately 20 minutes. Said she massaged Jeffrey's legs using some type of lotion. Said Jeffrey asked to leave the room. Said Jeffrey asked her to take her shirt off. Said she removed her shirt, exposing her bra. Said Jeffrey asked her to remove her other clothes, but she refused his request. Said she was wearing a short skirt and underwear along with a bra. Said Jeffrey began to masturbate in full view of her. Said she did see Jeffrey's penis. Said she was uncomfortable and asked Jeffrey to stop, which he did. Said once Jeffrey was done masturbating, she went downstairs and met with. Said they both received $200, but she could not remember who gave them the money. I showed a photo lineup containing Jeffrey Epstein. Positively identified Epstein as the man in picture 3. Said Jeffrey did not ask her how old she was. Said she could not remember if she mentioned she was in high. Said she knew of other girls who went to Jeffrey's house. Supplied those names, and a girl named signed an affidavit stating she wishes to prosecute based on Epstein's activities and swore that her above statement was the truth. This interview was digitally recorded, and this recording along with the photo lineup were placed into evidence. On July 31st, 2006, at approximately 12:30, detective and met with at her home. Advised she knew a man named Jeffrey Epstein. Advised she met Epstein when she was which was in the year. Believed she was either 16 or 17 years of age. Said a fellow student had advised her she could make $200 for massaging a man. Said she could not remember the girl's name, but it started with an. Said this girl was in a lower grade than she was. Said this girl picked her up in a cab, and the cab took them to Palm Beach. Said the cab had to go over a bridge, and she thought the name of the street was. Said once at the house, they waited in the kitchen. Said she saw numerous attractive females walking around the house. Said one of the females, who was approximately years of age, appeared to work for Epstein. Said took her upstairs and told her to get into her bra and panties. Said she removed her pants and shirt and was only wearing her bra and panties. Said she saw a massage table in the bathroom, a couch in the room, a shower off to the side, and lotion. Said Epstein entered the room wearing sleeping pants. Said Epstein got on the table and she began giving him a massage. Said left the room. Said Epstein asked her how old she was, and she said she was 17. Said she did not remember exactly how old she was when this occurred. Said she told him she was in high school. Said Epstein asked her to take off all of her clothes, and she refused. Said Epstein rolled to his side, started to masturbate in full view of her, and ejaculated in his hand. Said she saw his penis. Said she put her clothes back on and went downstairs and eventually left in a cab. Said she received $200 for that visit. Said approximately 2 months later, she received a phone call from the woman at the house who asked her if she needed a job. Said she did not want to see Epstein again, but was told she could bring a friend. Said she contacted her friend and advised her she could make $200 for massaging a man. Said drove them to Epstein's house. Said they met with Epstein, and they both received $200. Said she has had no more contact with Epstein or Epstein's assistant. Advised she knew of other that went to Epstein's house. Those girls brought many girls to Epstein's house besides those mentioned in this interview. Said during the course of her conversation with Epstein, he told her she was beautiful and that he wanted her to live with him in Los Angeles. I showed a photo lineup containing Epstein. Positively identified Epstein from photo 3. Signed an affidavit stating she wishes to prosecute based on Epstein's activities. Swore that her above statement was the truth. This interview was digitally recorded, and this recording and the photo lineup were placed into evidence. On July 3, 2000, at approximately 1400 hours, detective and met with at the beach. Advised she had contact with Jeffrey Epstein when she was in high school. Said it was either in 2003 or 2004, and she believes she was 16 years of age when they met. Advised back in 2003, she was introduced to Jeffrey Epstein by friend. Said advised her she could make $200 for giving this man a massage. Said told her she might have to get undressed during the massage. Said drove her to a big house in the town of Palm Beach. Said she did not give an exact address or location, but said it was near the beach. Said once at the home, a thin white female with hair, approximately years of age, answered the door. Thinks the woman's name was. Said she and entered the kitchen and then went upstairs to a bathroom. Said there was a massage table in the middle of the bathroom. Said Epstein entered the bathroom wearing a towel around his waist. Said Epstein took a shower and then lay down on the table fully nude. Said she and started to massage Epstein's legs and chest. Said Epstein told to go on the balcony, which did. Said Epstein told her to take her clothes off. Said she took all her clothes off and she was nude. Said she continued to massage Epstein, at which time Epstein began to masturbate in her full view. Said she did see Epstein's penis. Said while he was masturbating, Epstein did. Said Epstein stopped masturbating, but she did not see him ejaculate. Said Epstein got up from the table, and she immediately put her clothes back on. Said she, and then went downstairs. Said she received $200 from. Said she believes also received $200 from. Said Epstein never asked her how old she was, nor did she tell him her age. Said during small talk with Epstein, she did mention she was in school, but she never said what level of school she was in. Said she never returned to Epstein's house, nor has either Epstein made attempts to contact her. I showed a photo lineup containing Epstein. Positively identified Epstein in position 3. Advised she knew of other that went to Epstein's home. These girls are, and advised she has no professional massage training, nor does she believe the other girls are trained in massage therapy. Signed an affidavit stating she wishes to prosecute based on Epstein's activities, swore that her above statement was the truth. This interview was taped using a digital recorder. This recording was placed into evidence along with the photo lineup. Investigation continues.
I just want to say thank you. Nothing more, no play. I appreciate